Okay. I think I'm live now. YouTube was not being my friend, you guys. I'm so sorry that I'm 7 minutes late. Somebody, if you're around, please type something in the chat to let me know you can see me. I'm going to pull up YouTube on my phone and see if it's working. Cat, no. Wisp, you are not being any help right now. Okay. Yes, I can see it on my phone. That's promising. Hi, everybody. Liz, I can see you. Yay. Hello from Berlin, from Vince. Hi. Oh my God. This is super exciting. Mexico. Oh my God. Hey, Gabo. I hope I said that right. This is going to be super fun, y'all. I've just spent the last like half an hour running around with like a chicken with my head cut off, like all of my versions, well, most of them are about the same, of Star Stealer, just to like show them to y'all real quick while I give people a few minutes to realize this thing is going, make sure my setup was good. Like I'm going to be actually watching the movie on a second laptop, so I'm going to put some earbuds in a minute so I can hear it. I will not be able to show you the movie myself. Like you'll only be able to see me, and I'm really sorry about that. But Warner Brothers is like renowned for taking down anytime anybody tries to upload Star Stealer to YouTube. They are really not. Hey. They're really picky about that. That's the word. So I don't want to do anything to possibly upset them and make them take this down. I want us to be able to have all the fun. Yes, Liz. Hi from 15 minutes away from my house. Love this. Aw, hey Tristan. Dream Rose. Yeah, you weren't doing anything wrong. It was totally my fault. Kritzia from North Texas. Hello. Ow. Of course Wisp is joining the party. She was not about to be kept out of this room. I'm hoping she will, calm down, participate nicely. So yeah, I've just been like getting all my stuff together, getting my notes together. Hey, excuse you, sit down, settle. Sometimes it works. She doesn't listen to sit, but she listens to settle. Ow, and then she bites me. Right. What was I gonna say? I was getting all my stuff together so that I could just give y'all some background and stuff. Oh, Amy from the UK. Hi. Yeah, I tried to pick a time earlier in the day so it wouldn't be too late for you international watchers. I'm so glad that y'all can be here for this too. But right, like I started saying and stopped, I won't be able to show y'all the movie on my stream or even play the sound from it. You'll have to have your own copy. Basically, Dream Rose. Basically what we're gonna do, all of you have your copy, get it, go ahead and get it ready, go and press play and get it to the Warner Brothers logo. I have mine paused at it goes over like the Warner Brothers lot, then the WB logo comes up, and then there's like music. And then as soon as the music kind of stops, I paused mine. So that's where I'm figuring we can just all get it to that spot or very, very close. And then when I say go, and I know there's going to be some lag just because of the nature of live streaming. So we won't necessarily be at the exact same instant at the exact same time, but hopefully we'll all be close. So when I hit go, just hit unpause or play or whatever. Yeah, and I'll repeat that in a few moments as some more people perhaps join in. Looks like we've got 11 people in right now. That's awesome. I wasn't sure anybody was going to show up, so I'm just happy that anybody is here to celebrate the 35th anniversary of Star Stealer with me. And Wisp, you're not settling, so you got to get down for now. But I'm totally set up with my Star Stealer shirt, as you can see, that I got from Truffle Shuffle. Also want to show y'all a couple of things apart from the shirt that you can also get from truffleshuffle.com right now. This is they recognize that this was Star Stealer's big year. 35th anniversary is a big deal. So they have a mini print of the movie poster and this adorable mug. Wisp! The cat doesn't come with it. And on the back, it says, "Every morning is a brand new day." Yes, I love this. All of this so much. So I wanted to show y'all that there are some Star Stealer products out there, even though we haven't had any for a very, very long time. Past 3 a.m. in the Philippines. Oh my gosh! You're gonna be up at 3 a.m. to watch this. That's dedication. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Rainbow Brite fans are just the best, I swear. Wiz, yeah, now you're being very sweet, but now I need to get to my DVD and my VHSs and stuff. Well, here, I'll show y'all a funny version first. This is Rainbow Brite and the Star Stealer on video disc. In case y'all didn't know that existed, it does. It's similar to Laserdisc, but it's not the same. It's actually a cartridge that you like feed into a thing, and then it's some like inside is a big disc that's similar to a Laserdisc, but it somehow does a thing. I don't know. I don't have one of those players. But yeah, that's a thing that exists. So I have to show off my Star Stealer collection while we're doing Star Stealer Day. Actually, get down for another minute, Wisp. You can come back later. Before the DVD, there were the VHSs. 3 of them. And I'm going to forget which one is from which year, but you can look it up on my website. If you go to rainbowbrite.net, go under... This is terrible. I can't remember the heading. I don't think it's just collectibles, is it? Hold on. It is. I'm sorry. Collectibles, videos. And right there at the top, we've got Star Stealer. Okay, I'll just look it up. The 1986 edition is this one, the blue. Then there is the, go back, 2002 edition, which is this one, which I didn't realize till I pulled it out today that mine's kind of janky up here. I might need to find a replacement for that that's in better shape. And even this one is kind of, and I used to have a bunch of these. I don't know. Anyway, or no, it was a bunch of these I had. That's right. Because this one came out in 2004. Right. I actually had a bunch of these at the time, and I sold them on eBay and etc. like you did back then. But it's the same art as the DVD that came out the same year. So let me put these back down. So yeah, we've had 3 releases of Star Stealer on VHS and a DVD release. This is in America that I'm talking about. But nothing else, nothing since 2004. And this has become a hot commodity because everybody wants things on DVD and it's not in print anymore and has not been in print for a very long time. Like, I don't know. It was there for like a year or 2, maybe. Oh, hey, Billy. I'm going to watch the whole movie with you because I'm a huge fan of Rainbow Brite. I know you are. That's amazing. And hello at my prime. Yes, this is very live. You get to see all of my flubs and who knows what's going to happen up here. But also, okay, which one has, I don't remember. So actually, no, before I do that, see, I'm a little scatterbrained. I also have the version from the UK. And what's funny is the UK version, the artwork on the front matches the poster, but none of the American editions do. Like, the poster was released here in America. I think it was one of the cereal box prizes or things you could send in for was how you could get the movie poster. Also, I think some theaters gave them away, like the day the movie came out in theaters, they were giving posters away to kids who came to see it. But yeah, the UK, this is a PAL VHS. This would not play on an American VCR. But yeah, that's a whole nother story. That one's just, several of these I have just because I wanted to have all of them, and I don't have all of them by any means, but I have a few more to show y'all. This is the Betamax version. Let me hold it up beside this one so you can see the size difference. It's so cute. It's like a miniature one. But yeah, Betamax tapes apparently are a lot smaller than VHS and higher quality. I learned that just a few weeks ago from someone commenting on my YouTube videos. So I learn stuff from you guys all the time, but I don't have a Betamax player. And I think, yeah, the PAL VHS might be better quality too, but yeah, I can't play the higher quality ones. But at least the DVD is, I think it's remastered. If it's not, it looks amazing. I was hoping it would like say that somewhere, but it doesn't, at least not on the packaging. Oh, these are all out of order now. What was I? Okay, two more to show y'all. This one, oh gosh, what language is this? Where are you from? Oh, this one's Spanish from Mexico. Okay. I don't know if y'all can, oh, the glare, I know, I'm sorry. I don't know if you can read that. I know one of you is from Mexico. I gotta go back up in the comments. Where did it go? Gabo, there you are. Hopefully you can read that. And who else has joined? Let's see. Liz, I couldn't get the poster, so my mom bought me the Mylar balloon and we deflated it and stuck it to my wall. I love that so much. Hey, hi, David. Oh my God. Longtime friend, longtime fan. Yeah, somewhere else in the UK. You're all set. Got your shirt on too? Yes. Indeed. We are squee buddies. So yeah, I got one from Mexico and I've got one from Finland of all places. And this is just because I have a friend who lives in Finland and I know him through the He-Man and She-Ra fandom. Mostly He-Man. I think he hates She-Ra, but whatever. I won't hold that against him because he got me the Finnish version of Rainbow Brite and the Star Stealer, which is just so cool to have. I think I've tried to get the Swedish version and it's hard to get them from those countries. They don't have eBay. They use a different site, and it's just, I don't know, it's tricky. So it's helpful to have friends. I'll just say that. And I'll move those out of the way now, so hopefully the cat won't jump on them. Yes, Kitty, she is here, and I'm sure she'll be back on my lap in no time. So let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with the comments as well. Yeah, we actually have a VCR, but I think it's in the attic somewhere. We got one several years back that I think has like a USB connection, so you could digitize VHS tapes. And then I don't know that we ever used it for that purpose, but hey, it also works as just a regular VCR. Two of y'all are from Texas? This is crazy. John Running, you want this shirt? It's available at truffleshuffle.com. I feel like they should be my paid advertiser for today. No, they've sent me products for free in the past, so that's good enough for me. I don't need I don't need ads. I don't need people to throw me money. I'm just doing this because I'm so excited that it's the 35th anniversary of this movie. I personally did not see it as a child. I know a lot of y'all did, and that's why you love it so much. I did not see it until I was a teenager. Sorry, I was just turning the sound off on my phone. Because I liked Rainbow Brite when I was a kid, but I didn't get into like the fandom. Well, I was there at the beginning of it, but I didn't know how much there was. Like, I didn't rent the VHSs from our Blockbuster or whatever. Like back in the day when we would go to Blockbuster, I would usually get movies. I never even looked in the kids cartoon section, I don't think. But I know a lot of fans when they were kids, they would just rent either the movie or the VHS tapes of the cartoon episodes just over and over and over. I did not have that experience growing up, and somehow I just missed this movie. I don't know how. I don't know why my parents didn't take me to see it that year in 1985, but somehow that didn't happen. But a friend of my stepsister's had it on tape because she had recorded it off of like HBO or something. It had been on TV, so she had recorded it, and she was like, "Oh, I'm too old for this. I don't care. You can just keep it." So I remember very vividly like sitting down and watching this movie for the first time, and then like going back and listening to the songs and writing down the lyrics of the songs because I wanted to put them on my website. um, yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at some more of the comments. Okay, Wisp, come on. You can come back. No, you're just gonna complain? Come here. Good girl. Yes, everybody loves you. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the DVD still works as far as I know. Like, I ripped it, so I have a digital copy of my DVD. But it should still work. DVDs don't wear out like VHSs. I mean, they do eventually, but not as quickly. At least I'm told. I don't know yet. Oh, see, someone else had a recording of it off of TV as well. Awesome. Okay, David, I'm giving Wisp some extra pets from you. Pet therapy is wonderful. Yes, great man. So yeah, for those of y'all who weren't here earlier, what I had said what we're gonna do, since I can't actually show y'all the movie or have the music or sound playing due to copyright reasons, you're gonna have your own copy, and that's either the DVD or VHS that I was just showing y'all. If you've got one of those, you can fire that up, or you can also rent this on vudu.com. That's vudu.com, and it's just $2.99. Thankfully, it's not one of those that they try to charge you like $6 for, which is ridiculous. But it used to be available, I'm pretty sure, on Amazon Prime and a few other places, and now the only place I can find it is Vudu. Like, if anybody else knows of a place that I don't know about, like, please mention it in the comments. Somebody had commented on my Facebook post that they thought it was on YouTube, but as far as I know, like, every time anybody's tried to upload it to YouTube, Warner Brothers has just taken it down immediately. So, but who knows? Maybe they've gotten lax about it since they're not putting it out on DVD or Blu-ray or anything or any streaming services. So if you don't have a copy, YouTube, and you can't rent it for whatever reason, at least look it up on YouTube. You might be able to follow along with some parts, if not all of it. But yeah, so if you've got your copy, get it to the WB logo. Just go ahead and press play. It'll go through the Warner Brothers lot thing. The WB logo will come up. Music's playing that whole time, and basically when the music stops, just pause it. That's where I've got mine paused, and I'm going to start it up there, and that's where we will watch it together. But before we do, I have some trivia I'm going to be sharing with y'all throughout the whole thing. But before we do, I really wanted Renee of rainbowbrite.co to be here with me, because she is a massive fan, and she has a massive, amazing I can't talk, website also dedicated to Rainbow Brite, and she's been in this fandom for many years. Has been very active in the fandom as well, keeping fans up to date with what's going on, and we're good friends. But she has some family business that she's dealing with out of state right now, so she's not even at home to be able to like do normal things on her normal computer, and we weren't able to like set this up ahead of time and do some testing and all of that. But I told her I wanted to give her a call. Hopefully she'll answer. I'm just gonna put her on speakerphone, so hopefully she can say a few words, and just say hi to all the fans, and y'all can say, well, I'll read her y'all saying hi back, because she really wanted to be here, and I'm really sad that she couldn't be. But we want her to know that we're thinking about her. So let's see if I can get her to pick up. Turn my volume up.
Hello.
Renee, hi.
Hi. Hey, Katie. What's going on?
Well, I'm on YouTube live streaming right now, as you probably know, and we're getting ready to start the movie. And I've got some people in the comments here squeeing and saying hi, that I was going to call you. So David, Pope, and Atma Prime are saying hello so far. But yeah, I was telling them how much you wanted to be here and how much I wanted you to be here, and having to be out of town dealing with family stuff is just no good. And the timing just sucked. So we're very sad that you're not like actually on video with me, but I wanted to at least give you the opportunity to say hi and say a few words if you'd like to.
Oh, sure. Well, hello everybody on Rainbow Brite and the Star Steelers 35th anniversary showing. And I'm sorry I cannot be on the live cast, but hopefully we can make it up in the future. We are trying to resurrect Britecast in some form or another, and because Katie's been doing such a good job with her YouTube channel and keeping everyone informed. So who knows? Hopefully, next year will be a whole lot brighter and better. And it's just been a lot of emotions lately. How many emotions have you gone through?
Oh God, the whole spectrum. I think we all have. 2020 has not been good.
Something bright and colorful and fantastic, and the other part of I'm old.
Yes, we need some happy rainbows and squeeze and Starlight singing to us and all of the gloriousness of this movie right now. I think the whole world needs it.
I really wish that you could actually see me right now. I actually did wear one of my Rainbow Brite t-shirts today.
Nice.
And I actually a few months back I've colored my bangs rainbow colored.
I saw those pictures. They are amazing.
So I am decked out daily.
And you have
everyone enjoy. Say again?
I was just gonna say, you have the Star Steeler shirt as well, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I thought so. I just wanted to make sure.
But I hope everybody enjoys the show and have enjoyed the current previews thereof. You can actually, if you go to Amazon.com, even though they do not have the movie for streaming, they do have the trailer, which I do enjoy because, of course, I can watch anytime I want to.
Yes. At least they have something. Didn't they used to have the movie for streaming?
Now, is Wisp joining you for live stream?
Oh yeah. You think she would miss this? She is all over my lap right now, driving me a little crazy. But
okay, do you have popcorn?
In the best way. No, I'm really actually thirsty at the moment, so I have some water. But y'all don't want to hear me crunching through this whole thing anyway.
Well, is there anything that you're looking forward to with the stream? What are some of your favorite scenes?
Oh gosh. I mean, Stormy, obviously. That's a fan favorite for I think most people. And every time Rainbow comes back to Chris after he's said something negative about girls and she just whips back with some witty remark, like I live for those moments.
One of the funnier ones that I love, Starlight's facial expressions. They kill me.
Yes.
And I was so sad that actually the character of Twink, because that's my favorite, was not involved as much. Yeah. But I do love the scenes with him, like, coming down to wake her up and so excited.
Yes. And David just reminded us of, don't forget the look on Starlight's face when he starts going up in the lift. The elevator. That is the best.
Yeah, that frowny face when he has the belt in his teeth. And, the Dark Princess is, "Give me back my belt." And he goes, like, "Not your belt."
I think Renee could probably recite this entire movie front to back.
We practically did. And remember, did you already mention the Brightcast episode?
Oh, I had not yet. It's, oh gosh, was it episode 10? I was just looking at this recently.
And I did make, when we did the original movie special for Brightcast, where we actually go through the movie and comment on it. I did make a version of the video format on YouTube that included clips, but it was flagged for copyright. So I had to take it down and upload one without it. But I still have the movie clip version. And when I get back home, which hopefully won't be in too much longer, I will be sure to upload that as our own little Brightcast anniversary remembrance of Star Stealer.
Awesome.
But if you haven't heard that one, you can also maybe catch up with that after the show and see what we originally talked about, because I'm trying to remember, and it's just like, how many years?
It's been a while.
I started recording that in 2013.
Yeah.
And then we haven't really recorded an episode of Brightcast since 2017. I apologize for that.
Hey, it's both of us. It's not just you. But we are definitely going to try to resurrect that and bring it back, because everybody needs more rainbows in their lives, especially this year. And all of this isn't over yet. We know. So we're going to need rainbows for a while to come. And even when things are going peachy, everyone can still use rainbows. So, yeah.
We got to remember, you have to have the rain to even expect the rainbow. So it's got to be dark sometime, but hopefully it'll be happy soon. So,
amen.
Well, thank you very much for giving me a call. I really do appreciate it. I hope everyone enjoys the show and have a lot of fun. Are you going to be syncing this up with a video so that people at home can watch at a later time?
No, but what I've told the watchers, is that I'm going to, what I have mine set up to do is I have it set on the WB logo. So I went ahead and started it up, went past the whole studio lot, and then when the WB logo comes up and it's playing music, like when the music ends, I paused it right there.
Okay, so get your episodes ready if you're listening to this at a later time. Sync up to the logo, and so that we can all listen along to you. So I'll be listening along later.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Renee. It's great to hear your voice.
Thank you so much to you, Katie. I'm glad you're doing better. And have a rainbow day, everybody.
Thanks.
Miss you.
Miss you too. Bye.
I need to nerd out some.
Same, girl. We will do it soon, I swear.
Okay. Bye. Have a good show.
Thanks.
Bye.
Oops. Didn't mean to cut her off. I love hearing her voice. We don't talk nearly as often as we should. Sorry, I am really getting thirsty. I didn't want to put stuff in my mug because I knew it wouldn't be quite enough. I needed more water to last this whole time. But let me see. Whoops. See, Wisp, you're already in the way. But I love you anyway. It's all good. Move my Rainbow Land mouse pad back a little bit. I did want to give y'all a little bit of trivia that I learned at not New York. What am I talking about? North Carolina, one of the North Carolina Comic Cons back in 2018. Do I have it? Here we go. Because at that convention, this was when they were promoting the comic. So I think maybe only issue 1 was out at the time. Maybe 2 was about to come out, something like that. But the author, the writer of those comics, Jeremy Whitley, he is local. He lives 45 minutes from me, was at that convention. So they also made a different cover for that convention of issue 1. So there's a North Carolina Comic Con exclusive cover of issue 1 of the Rainbow Brite comic from a couple of years ago. And he and the 2 artists that worked on the cover of that issue were there to sign them. So I got to hang out with them, say hi. I was in my, totally decked out in my Rainbow Brite costume. There was a adorable little girl in a Rainbow Brite costume. We got our picture together. It was gleeful and wonderful. But they also have, this particular venue has its own little movie theater. So they were showing Rainbow Brite and the Star Stealer several times over the course of that day. And I think your ticket to the convention got you tickets or whatever to 3 different video or showings that day. It didn't matter which movie. So I was like, well, I'm just going to watch Star Stealer 3 times because this was the first and maybe only time I'll ever get to see it on the big screen. I only ended up watching it twice because the third one was sold out and I did not want to take up a spot when I had already seen it twice. So I just did a little intro and said hi to everyone, and then they enjoyed the movie. But before the movie, they had these factoids up on the screen like they used to do back in the day, and I wanted to revisit those and go through them with you. So we're going to step back in time for a moment. Today's date is November 15th, 1985. It is the opening night of Rainbow Brite at theaters across the country. Let me go back. They're not in the right order. Here we go. This film is the second feature made by Deke Enterprises, who had earlier successes with their first TV shows Inspector Gadget and The Littles. And I actually looked this up this morning. The first featured film from Deke was a Littles, like Here Come the Littles was their first feature film, and that was May of 1985. So this was only their second. And it's so good. So yeah, maybe they learned something from the first one, because I think a lot more people remember Star Stealer than they remember Here Come the Littles. But maybe I'm biased. I don't know. Next factoid. Deke is hired by Hallmark Cards to produce the first 3 syndicated specials centering on Rainbow Brite. Their success leads to the production of this movie based on the toy. That actually is not right. Episodes came out before the movie. Okay, ignore that one. Maybe they got a few of their factoids wrong, but I wish y'all had been able to just see these on the big screen. It was great. This one is true, though, and really interesting. The film is produced in only 3 months. At that time, the quickest on record for an animated feature. While the U.S. unit contributes to the film's production, Japanese companies take on animation duties. So that's why a lot of people call Rainbow Brite an anime, is because even though it was written over here in the US, all of the animation was done in Japan. So it's up to you whether you want to accept it as anime or not. I can take it or leave it either way, but there is precedent for it if you want to. Let's see. The film has not been screened in advance for critics, which they did do that with The Littles. So I'm kind of mad they didn't do that for Rainbow Brite, but whatever. And subsequently fares weakly among them. Boo. Janet Maslin of the New York Times writes in her short review, "It isn't a movie, it's a marketing tool." Boo, Janet. Boo. We don't like you. The cartoon was already a marketing tool. Get over yourself. The dolls were already out by the time this movie came out. Had been out since 1984. Thank you very much. Despite the negative reviews, Rainbow Brite will gross almost $5 million during this busy Thanksgiving movie season. The #1 movie in America this weekend is Once Bitten, which I've never seen. So I don't know what that's about. Sounds like a vampire movie, maybe? I don't know. But yeah. So there's some trivia factoids for you guys that I learned back then, except for that one that was wrong. Let's see. And I just wanted to mention real quick that the screenplay of this was written by Howard R. Cohen, but the story, and he also wrote several of the episodes, but the story had, I guess, hold on, I'm saying this backwards. Jean Chalopin, I think I'm saying his name correctly because he is very French, who was also like producer and stuff on Rainbow Bright. He came up with the story of this movie, but Howard's the one who took that story and actually wrote the screenplay. Howard also wrote the lyrics to Brand New Day and Rainbow Bright and Me. So we have him to thank for all of that. I'm pretty sure he passed away several years ago. So like when I say several, I mean like 20 or so years ago. So we never, as a fandom, got to get in contact with him and tell him how much we appreciated his contribution. But at least we can posthumously say thank you, Howard. You're amazing. We love you, and we love this movie. So, are y'all ready? I'm about to put my earbuds in. Let me see. Y'all are just over here talking up a storm, and I love it. You don't think the Littles ever reached the UK? Interesting. Yeah, it was a pretty short run show too, I think. I don't know how many episodes it had. Um, yes, Liz, North Carolina represent. Oh, people talking about being Rainbow Bright for Halloween. Yes. Love it. Yeah, I was her for Halloween in 1980. Was it 85? Yeah, actually, 1985 was the year that I was Rainbow Bright for Halloween, and the handmade costume that my mom made me that I still have that's in the museum. It's just in the next room over. But if you've seen any of my museum tour videos, you've seen it. Okay. Y'all, it looks like y'all are ready. So let me make sure I have yeah, that's the left. Hopefully the cat will not try to play with the cord. She's already staring at it. Okay. Does everybody have it paused on the WB logo? Let me repeat that one more time. If you've just joined us, go ahead and press play on your video. Get it to the WB logo to where the music stops. It plays music as it goes over the WB lot, and then the logo comes up and whatever. That's where I have mine paused, and I think the rest of us do. Okay. So I'm about to press play. Are y'all ready? I'm gonna count down. I know again there's gonna be a little bit of lag, whatever, but here we go. So I'll say three. Should I just count down or up? One, two. I'll count up. So on three. 1, 2, 3. Move this over a little bit. My mic is in the way slightly. So here we have the Dark Princess's Castle, which always reminded me of the Borg cube, but that's just me. Dark Princess! Poor Orin. Did y'all hear that? At least let me say goodbye to my horse. It took me a while to remember, like, how does he send Onyx to Rainbow Bright? Because he's like captured, but it's that. Let me say goodbye to my horse. So he gave Onyx instructions before he was put into prison, or sent to the prison planet, I should say. I love this intro so much, you guys. I'm already like getting chills. Little bee. right! I forgot to mention the music by Shuki Levy and Haim Saban, who are big names now. And yeah, I think Kimio Yabuki is the main director. It showed 2 directors there. Huh. I'm gonna have to do some more research after watching this to see how the credits match up with what I've seen everywhere else. But now it's music time! I want to sing along so bad. It would be totally out of sync with all of your copies, and I don't want to ruin this for you. The morning bus. Rainbow Land, so pretty. Oh, here comes Tweak. I love this part. So cute. The "that's my job" line has become a thing that my husband and I say to each other. That's my job. Oh, I love her bedroom. All the colored kids in Tickle Pink with her tulip. Did y'all notice that tulip on her cheek? I really need a rainbow fire pole in my house. I'm just saying. I like to think that the Color Kids have been singing this song for hundreds of years every spring. Bye, Color Kids! See you not much in this movie! we'll see them again soon. And our favorite villains, of course, other than the Dark Princess. See, even Lurky knows what the seasons are. Super Gloom Boomer. He has the greatest invention names. What are you doing? Yes, Optimus Murky. You got it, David. For those of you who don't know, Optimus Prime, same voice actor as Murky. I love that. And Pat Fraley, who voices Lurky, also does the voice of Onyx and Buddy Blue and several other characters that I can't think of off the top of my head. I have a full list on my website. I love how he tells her to go faster before he's even in the vehicle. Here comes Stormy! Is it just me, or is this part just so classic to all of you? A Lurky rollout. That's hilarious. That's right, Kritzia. Hello from Chile. Wow, hi. So good to see you. Well, I can't actually see you, but you know what I mean. So glad to have you join the stream. So I know something that Renee and I did mention on that Britecast episode that we did about Star Stealer is how how Stormy is kind of the groundhog or the groundhog of the Groundhog Day of Rainbow Land. So like if Stormy beats Starlight, is winter actually longer that year? They have to have another race? Because if Starlight just wins every year, then why would Stormy even try? Maybe she's just deluding herself. One of these days we'll beat her. We can have winter all year round. But what a nice way to win. See you in Rainbow Land, not like, you lost, sucker! And Skydancer blowing out the steam that turns into a rainbow. Aw, Stormy. What's kind of funny too is if you really think about it, like, which hemisphere are they on right now on Earth? Like, it's not winter everywhere at the same time on Earth. But this is a kids' movie. We don't think about such things. We'll just pretend it's winter everywhere. Oh no, the rainbow didn't work. Of course, Brian is only thinking about baseball. I forgot about that. I know where we have to go. Thank you very much. Lurking is the best. I want somebody to, every time I stumble and start falling to one side, go, it's dance time. Sorry, I'm just going to be staring off to the right, smiling. Let me look at some of y'all's comments. Yes, Liz, I completely agree. We need to know more about the rainbow sphere and who takes care of the other hemispheres. Because Rainbow Brite can't just take care of North America. That's just rude. We need that deep lore. Yep. And yeah, David, you're right. That most cartoons did focus on their home countries. Quality anime explosions. Yo. It's not a bad point, fans. Not having it screened before release, some of it might not make total sense. But I like to just point out technicalities. What's Murky gonna do with a diamond, though? Like, who's he gonna buy things from in Rainbow Land? I also love how Onyx kind of sounds like Max Headroom. Hi, David Power. I'm glad you made it. Onyx has one voicemail. Oh, thanks, Alonzo. I'm glad you like my hair, even though my roots are super grown out because of the pandemic. I still love it too. It's fun. Oh, I love the color kids at the color console. They're like, no, it's not Starlight. It's kind of sad that only Rainbow took the time to learn the sprite language. Like, come on, Color Kids. And I swear so many people remember this movie because of Onyx. It's like they're like, robot horse that flies? That's the coolest thing ever! It's not raining. Oh, that sounded cool in my earphones when she said, "Here I am." I heard it on this side. That was well done. I guess I've normally just listened to this or played it on a TV and never with earbuds in. Dormy. And I'm sure this is just for the audience's benefit, because surely the Color Kids know about Spectra. Like, how could just Rainbow Brite know about it and not them? Ooh, it got dark. I like to think all the sprites there are like, shut your mouth, he is real. Stereo sound. Oh, Stormy was over here too. I love that smile. Precious. Aww. So yeah, maybe the Color Kids didn't know about it. If they're like, why are you leaving us? Why are you going there? We need you here. Interesting. Twink is so pitiful right there. Hurry, Rainbow, hurry. Molasses brain. That's a good one. Murky has the best insults. This part is the most ridiculous part of the entire movie, in my personal opinion. But like, he can't build a machine that can withstand a fall, but he can build a spaceship in like 5 minutes. And like running the grunge buggy into it doesn't make it non-space worthy. Like it's fine. And then Lurky just like crawls through the opening, I guess, that the grunge buggy made to get inside the ship. Like there should be a whole breach now. There should be leaking air. Oh yeah, and also the grunge buggy powers it. So the grunge buggy like had to run into it for it to work. I'm not sure they thought that through too well. But I do love the fuzzy dice. And they're just like, they heard like, you know, 2 sentences about a diamond planet and just were like, all right, let's go. Let's not wait around and see what's actually going on about this diamond planet. The color console is so pretty. And it's fine that they can breathe in space. No big. I'm pretty sure He-Man and She-Ra did the same thing. Yes, because yeah, those buttons were just knocked out of place. I think you are correct. David, you're hilarious. Oh, maybe Twink and Orin are related. I like that. Good point, David. I like that. Corona brain. So here we're meeting the Spectrum sprites for the first time with their fuzzy feet. And they have orbs on their antenna instead of stars. Like Starlight. I mean, like Twink has. You would think if their job is to keep it bright and shiny, they would stop the ones that are doing the opposite of that. I need to turn on subtitles and get all the names of those sprites that he just called out. If you notice too, the Spectrum sprites have bigger noses than Twink and even Orin. This is what happens when you go frame by frame through a thing, which I've been doing for a while on this movie. At nights when I wake up and I can't fall back asleep, I go through screenshots. When you're going frame by frame, you start noticing, like, wait a minute, their noses are bigger. Wonder why. And like, is that actually their feet, or are they wearing slippers? And if they're slippers, are they like made from the fur of sprites that passed on? I'm having dark thoughts now. Stop it. That's a good point too, David. See, David, yes, yes, that was exactly my thought when I noticed that they had bigger noses and they have the orbs on their antenna. Because there is this theory, for those of you who are not aware, that Lurkey used to be a sprite and did something, maybe drank something in Murky's lab, something happened to him, and it turned him into what he is now. I actually even asked the creator of Lurkey, Jeannie Slater, back in, what year was that? 2016, maybe? At Rainbow Bright Day, this thing that happened in Kansas City that was really cool. When they were coming out with new dolls and so forth, that, yeah, asked her about that theory, and she wouldn't confirm it, but she was like, maybe he wandered into Murky's lab someday and might have drunk something he shouldn't have or done something he shouldn't have. But that would make a lot more sense if he was a Spectrum sprite, since they have the bigger noses and the orbs, because his antenna just end in little balls. I wish I knew who that like picture was supposed to be of. He has like a wall hanging. Looks like an old philosopher or somebody, but I have no clue who it's supposed to be. And again, very human centric. Like, do they not care about any of the other planets in the universe? Starlight's doing a very good job of acting here. And Rainbow Bright, the master knitter, is sitting there knitting booties for Starlight. Yay, Onyx! Yes, it is better than falling down. You tell him, Onyx. Oh yeah, the glitter bots. I forgot it backfired and like brainwashed them. I clearly don't watch this movie as often as I should, y'all. I try to keep it fresh. If I watch it like too much, then I'll like get too used to it. And look at the like random phone on the wall that has a stand on it. Who are they gonna call? Now he thinks about that. Chicken breath. Now I really want to get someone that knows how to knit to make some little brown booties for one of my Starlight dolls. Or crochet. It would probably be really easy, actually. Renee and I also talked about in our Brightcast episode that perhaps this is like a river of polish, and that's why it's not water and not acting like water. Um, Because otherwise, like, what are the sprites actually polishing with other than just fur? I feel like they need some kind of substance. But it's clearly not flammable. And yeah, why is there this random boat that has no oar or no sails? Like, Onyx clearly knows how to make it go, but is it there because Orin uses it and Onyx helps him get, or Chris, and Onyx helps them get back and forth? I don't know. But he was very quick on the uptake on how to help in the situation. Although he did, or he's about to push them off a waterfall. So maybe he didn't know where it went. Maybe he always used it as a ferry to go back and forth. Because there's like a dock at that section of the river. This is so random. I really want to know if this is a waterfall of polish now. See, if it were a mist of water, I feel like her rainbow could get through no problem. So it's got to be something other than water. So apparently, like, furniture polish would take down Rainbow Brite. I don't know. No, he does not know how to land. And he lost his booties. So sad. Chris. Yeah, okay, he confirms it there. Orin sent him for help from prison. A girl. Love that. You can come with us if you're not afraid. She's always got something to say to put him in his place. Materials for their fuzzy shoes were imported from other planets. I like it. And yeah, Crazy, we don't know for sure that Lurky was a sprite. It's just a fan theory. But it's been around so long, we've kind of accepted it as headcanon. Oh, Lurky. Yes, Starlight's sassy attitude is the best. And yes, Liz, I was wondering the same thing. The last one of who else? Because there are other sprites that aren't hypnotized, so he's not equating himself with the sprites. So that is very suspect. But like the domes there on the planet look a lot like the sprite houses on Rainbow Land. They're just made out of diamond instead of whatever the ones on Rainbow Land are made out of. But why would Chris be like the only humanoid on that entire planet? That's yeah. Chris just got pwned. Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Chris was voiced by a child. Oh, Atma Prime already got it pulled up. David Mendenhall. And yeah, so David Mendenhall did Chris. His sister, I can't remember her first name, something else Mendenhall did the voice of Stormy. So they kept it in the family. Oh no. Poor Brian. If y'all didn't know, his dog's name is Sam. We learned that from the UK Treasury book. It's the only place it's mentioned anywhere, but it's there. I think Murky and Lurky should just move to the princess's planet. It's gloomy and gross and murky. Like, why don't they just fly there and go like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Set up shop. Count Blog was originally going to be Colonel Blog. They had a few different design iterations of him before they settled on his final look. Always loved Rainbow's determination. See, Chris is already giving up. We can't. And she pushes him to be better, to work harder. Yeah, girls making you a better person. Shut your face, Chris. And like, why did that just disappear? Like, there were like gears involved, so I'm expecting it to like swing down or something, and then it just disappears. But she does have magical powers, so. And see, Rainbow Brite saved Chris from falling off the thing when it started moving. He has her to thank for so much. Come on, those spikes are huge. Y'all could have like stood on one. Ooh, the castle monster thing. Or things at first. So I'm curious, any of you who did watch this as kids, what part scared you? Like, was this scary to y'all when you were kids? And them joining together to make one huge one, like creeptastic. Some of us aren't used to running away. Take that. Oh, I love Rainbow so much. The castle monster is just falling along with them. He has no more control over what's happening here. So she has a trap door set up just to throw them into an elevator? And yes, there was that quick handhold moment there. But originally, when they were designing these characters, Chris was going to be Rainbow Brite's cousin. His original name was Chris Dash Tall, so Crystal, but Chris Tall. And his original design actually had a blue star on his cheek. So they got rid of that for the actual movie and the show, but that was the original intention for him. But I'm also not mad at anybody that ships Rainbow and Chris together. I get it. Yeah, she looks so forward to meeting you that she threw you down a trapdoor to get there. Oh, glitter bots were other humans that were got assimilated. Whoa. David, you just blew my mind. That's crazy. And that's good to know that those did scare somebody as a kid, because I could totally understand that being the case. Traumatized. That's a good point too, David. 4 buttons in this massive castle. And yeah, you're right, Atma. With Chris having that very specific spelling, it was originally because I had the dash TAL after it. It's funny how she says it'll look good with this red dress, but we never see her wear anything other than that outfit. Good everybody pulling together on Rainbow Land. Good job. It's almost working. Onyx. That line. He can think, which is more than yours can do. Ah, burn. Starlight's smart. He knows what's up. And see, now the bridge is back. So it just resets once the doors open and close. I don't know. I don't try to understand. Come on, Miss. Oh, wait, we do see her wearing something else. She's wearing a robe. My bad. Sorry, y'all. Those are some really impressive evasive maneuvers there, Onyx. Good job. Telling her Emerald to get off the bed. Oh, and they just left the front door wide open. That's secure. Hello, kitten. Yeah, Rainbow Brite's outfit does look odd without the belt. That's a good point too, David. She should have been blinded when the rainbow made Spectra, well, made her ship explode or whatever. You're right. We do need a crisp pwned by rainbow counter. Up to at least 3 so far. 100%. Oh, I missed the expression. I've seen it a million times. I have it memorized. It's etched onto my brain. I love it so much. There's what Renee was talking about. I feel like that little giggle was like a, ha, I told you. That was some original thinking, Onyx. Good job. But that's just rude. Why are they throwing Starlight off of things? Just, no. He falls off of a building in beginning of Rainbow Land. He's falling off of a building now. Like, he falls down cliffs in other episodes. Like, always falling. He even has green above it like the Borg. I love how she's totally focused on the belt at that point. Like, she's probably forgotten that they came to talk to her about Spectra. She's just like, that belt. That's all I care about. Yeah, y'all are not going to Rainbow Land. I'm sorry. See, she changed right back into that outfit. Other interesting factoid, this banishment that she's doing right now, the place they go is actually a moon. The prison planet is actually a moon of the princess's planet. So, like, when they were going up we kind of passed this. There was like a moon in the background. It could be that. But when I only found that out in the last few years. Before that, I thought they were like sucked away to another dimension or something. I had no idea where they were going. Poor Onyx. He's trying his best. Yeah, see, it makes it look like they go way further than they actually do. Or maybe the moon really is a far-off moon. See? He's falling again. Thank goodness for the glitter bots for once. Sergeant Zombo. You're right, Liz. When she yells at her diamond, that's when we see her crazy in full bloom. Maybe, David. That's an interesting theory. Vince. Obviously, they didn't have an editor. Yeah, you have to forget Star Trek watching this. You really do. Obstacle removed. I forgot about that line. It's too bad Rainbow and Chris didn't take that old couple with them. Murky and Murky never fail to make me laugh. But like, it makes it seem like they just got there themselves, but there weren't glitter bots and Sergeant Zombo waiting for them. They just slid down the thing, and they're like, okay. Like, maybe those glitter bots were coming to find them, but it's not like they reported back, hey, those guys never made it. They're not where they're supposed to be. Was that rope? It looked like there wasn't a rope and then there was a rope. Did anybody else see that? Or was that just my eyes? Or maybe Starlight just moved and I was looking at the wrong thing. But sometimes animation errors do happen. There's another Rainbow Brite Pwn Chris. If you're scared, stay here. And then here's the creepiest part of this movie. Like, these guys are just the worst. Did these freak you out when you were a kid, Liz? Just that they keep licking their lips. Like, are they going to eat them? Or do they work for Sergeant Zombo and the princess too? I'm thinking they're like natives of this world or this moon. Maybe they're the native species. But in which case, if they're not like watched by the Glitterbots, etc., they could just eat Rainbow Brite and her belt, and the princess would never get that belt. Oh, but I guess they do take Chris and Onyx to the prison. Okay, so I guess they do work for the bad guys too. Well, they don't need to stick their tongues out then. Ooh, I never thought of that, Vince. The couple could be related to Murky's mom based on the size and their noses. It's possible. Yeah, so many questions about the older couple. The Borg are outfitted for off-road terrain. Maybe some connection to Chris. Yes, see, why do they wear robes when they're above ground, but underground they're just buck out? You know what I mean. I was about to say a bad word, sorry. They're just naked. They're totes nude and nobody seems to care. I mean, I wouldn't want to swim around in robes either because then they just get soaking wet, but and then how did Orin get down there? Like, why is he there? Like, good timing, I guess, but I guess he escaped his prison somehow as well. But I'm really curious how. She should just use that as her defense for a lot of things. Just blind people with rainbows. And that dude's just bashing up his home. Like, it wouldn't have fallen apart if they hadn't gone bashing through all the rocks. Yeah, that's on y'all. Rainbow didn't do that. The rainbow can take us anywhere. That's a great quote. Wait, he heard the princess set her there. Wasn't he sent there too? Okay, now I'm confused. Or maybe it was just he heard it while he was already there and went looking for her. Okay, yeah, they're totally taking them to the bad guys. I just forgot that part. Sorry. That's a good point. There's no vegetation on this planet. What do they eat? I didn't see any fish in that water. Maybe the sunlight does hurt their skin. Do they eat the old people? I hope not. I never thought about orange star sprinkles being more powerful than regular star sprinkles. Interesting. Yes, Liz, that would be an amazing tattoo. Magic and I are old friends. Has puppy wisp noises. Do you hear her purring? She is very happy right now. Oh, now Chris has something nice to say to Rainbow. I totally missed where Warren gave her that for him. I know he did. I love Starlight going 10. I forgot to ask. This is like a multi-purpose tool. Turns his weapon hot and then turns him cold. Love it. Or is he just Diamond now? Like, is he dead? Did Chris kill him? A fort with only one gate. That's kind of the point of a fort, Murky. She throws the emerald on her throne, then tells the emerald not to be on her throne. Cuckoo, cuckoo. That's true. The princess's waist is tiny. Well, that's true. It is a prism, so it can do a spectrum of things. I think it's telepathic, David. It just reads what Chris wants to do. Or maybe it just has a pre-programmed option, like list of options it can do, and it just picks one. But I like to think it's a little more intelligent than that. I deserve everything. No, you really don't. Yes, you're right, Vince. There is a locket in My Little Pony that a rainbow comes out of. Care Bear stare. Yes. Yes, rainbows are powerful. The prism is alive. Ooh, I like that. Surprised he didn't have some quip about riding on Starlight. Be brave, be bold, don't fight with each other. That's good advice for everyone. And how does Orin know about this back way into the castle? Maybe he's used it before. I don't know. And it was never safe to use it. So that makes me think that there are diamonds on her planet that they mine for, along with other minerals. Maybe that's why she lives there, even though it's a dark, dank-looking place. Chris, the first one to assign blame to anyone but himself. Do you mind? Yeah, I love how Orin tells them to go into the castle this way, but doesn't warn them that the wheel will, like, crush them at the top. Like, they had to break stuff to get to where they are. And now poor Starlight. I want to put a big jewel on a leash and take a walk through a park. See how many crazy looks I get. And this guy is super creepy. What about it, Liz? Yeah, that girl is cray cray. Did he freak you out as a kid too? Like at first I'm like, oh, he's gonna blind him, just like Rainbow did with the rainbow. But no. See, I feel like could that have been intentional? Like, could Chris really come up with, I want this demon guy to turn into a bunch of rainbow fish? Like, I think the prism is smarter than we give it credit for. I think maybe it is alive. Maybe that's what they were supposed to jump on in the first place. But I don't remember seeing that ledge when they were looking for something to jump on. I'm gonna have to rewind after all this and look. They're finally working together and not insulting each other. Yay! Talk a little less, work a little more. You mean you can't see North America anymore? It did make it look like the whole Earth looked dark, though. It could just be nighttime on that side of the planet. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. And how'd she make their staffs just disappear? Like, I don't remember her using the rainbow to do that before. And again, are these guards dead? Or are they gonna just melt later? And how is this spaceship still working? How? Alfalfa breath. Somebody way back in the early days of the fandom on the mailing list got a screenshot of that map and tried to like figure out where in the Milky Way, you know, all of this was. It was great. Or wait, no, they keep talking about the universe, not the galaxy. This is a very Earth-centric show. Like, we've already seen proof on the prison planet that there are other alien beings, sentient beings. But no, Rainbow doesn't care about them. Look who saves the day for once. Yes. Everything turning to stone is so... Oh my gosh, I feel like that happened... What other movies did that happen to in the 80s? Like, it reminds me of Return to Oz. When they beat the... What was his name? The something king. Yeah, see, all Starlight had to do was just keep running along a ledge, and he got to the throne room. Although, it would have been closed to him if they had not blown it open. Oh, sorry. My alarm's going off, isn't it? So many problems with the instructions that Orin gave them. Like, what were they gonna do once they get to the glass? Use the rainbow to disappear a hole through it? She was so pleased with herself that she got away. And like, now that all the sprites are not hypnotized, I feel like they're brighter colors. When they were hypnotized, they were all kind of grayish. But like, they got their color back, even though they're all very pastel. He's Kelly. The other cat might make an appearance. He's nosing around. Sacrifices her pet. How rude. See, if a planet is that fragile, that's a problem. It didn't shatter when Murky crashed onto it. I mean, he crashed onto it, not into it, but still. Not the rainbow. I love how colorful the explosion is, too. Yay! You did it! Aw, Spectra's so pretty when there's not nets all over it! The key's all lit up. Man, those birds came out fast. Oh yeah, now Chris gets to meet the Color Kids. And like the first time I watched this movie, I just wasn't paying attention to his hair color because he has his helmet on the whole time, but you can see it sticking out underneath on several occasions. And when he took it off and he was a redhead, I was like, he's a redhead? Just like, no, I'm just blind. Aww. I love how Onyx nuzzles his face. Scary. But it can't end there. And like, why does this spaceship have wings that did? There is no air in space. It is a vacuum. They're teaching bad science to kids. I gotta rock out to this song. It's so good. And I love the rainbow of the credits. So cool. I've never seen that done on any other movie. So yeah, I met two of the people on that list at Rainbow Bright Day. Susie Kozad and Jeannie Slater. So that's interesting. Bettina was in 2 movies in 1985 because she did a voice on The Littles. She was Lucy Little. And then she was in this one. It was a busy year for her. And I think she has said in interviews before that, let me take one of these out. It was a little loud. That she remembers going to like a premiere kind of for the movie. It wasn't like a big press premiere. She just, I don't know if it was just the company. I don't know who all was there. But she remembers going to it. in the wrong series for horse-friendly architecture, Starlight. Yeah, Liz, I think she was just like, if I can't have it, nobody can have it. But at the same time, she clearly got in an escape pod and bailed because she turns up in an episode after this movie. So, yeah, if it's made of diamond, it should be, not hollow, so it won't shatter. It might crack a little bit. Oh, yes! Liz just, recommended the Macy's Day Thanksgiving Parade or Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade from 1985 when they performed the song. It's amazing. Y'all have to it's on YouTube. Renee uploaded that years ago. It's great. Ooh, if I could make Rainbow Bright into a live action film, who would I cast as Murky? Oh my god, Danny DeVito was Liz's response, and I think that's kind of perfect. Ryan Reynolds is Lurky. I mean, the man can do anything, so oh my god, you guys, this was so much fun. Here, I'll read some, Eric Idle as Starlight, yes, yes. Although Andre, who did his voice originally, is still alive. So maybe he could come back and reprise the role. That would be amazing. I'm always forgetting original cast back when it can be done. Aw, thank you guys for coming. I didn't really expect anyone to show up, so the fact that over 10 people did makes me so happy. That was super fun, and I still have some trivia that I was just too busy enjoying the movie to say it while it was going. And I didn't wanna just talk the whole time and not let me and y'all enjoy the movie. But okay, so the Dark Princess was originally designed to be an old crone or hag-like woman instead of the young Dark Princess we get. There's actually an image of her, like an ink drawing that they released from the archives. And when Renee and I visited the archives, we saw at the very bottom of the piece of paper that that drawing is on that she has a name or had a name, and it was Empress Hysteria. So that was gonna be her name originally before she was just the Dark Princess. I kind of like Empress Hysteria better because that girl's hysterical. She's hysterically insane. Um, sorry, I'm also reading y'all's comments at the same time. Oh my gosh, John, yes. This and Secret of the Sword double feature in theaters, I would give so much money for that. So much money. I would pay all the monies. But yeah, I already told y'all that Count Blog was originally gonna be named Colonel Blog. Um, so Tickle Pink's cheek tulip. So her original line drawing or line art had a tulip on her cheek, on her belt. Like instead of that like diamond shaped belt, she had an oval shaped emblem on her belt with a tulip on it. And instead of stars on her bows in her hair, she had tulips. So I guess she was going to be like a flower child. I don't know. But Wisp and all of the Color Kids were originally going to be more like nature themed. Like Wisp was originally going to be like a woodland wisp type character, kind of like this little elf. There is an image of that they also released from the archives. She kind of looks like Hug-a-Bunch, but maybe a bit taller and with normal colored hair. I think she was still blonde, but she had a little headband or something. But she wasn't nearly as colorful. It was more just like pink and gold colored. But Twink looked about the same from the original, although they had multiple iterations of him as well before they settled on the final design. But Yeah, there was like a color kid called Blue Moon originally who had a moon on her cheek. So yeah, I think that was their original line of thought. They were going to go nature, and then they were like, no, let's just focus more on color, um, which I think was the right call. I mean, I love nature, obviously. I'm a super hippie. Um, I mean, I love rainbows and colors and the outdoors, hiking, all of that, mountains. Yeah. Big nature lover. So if they ever did another iteration of Rainbow Brite where they just changed it up entirely, if they did a nature thing, except, I mean, they'd still have to incorporate color somehow, or it just wouldn't be Rainbow Brite. But if they somehow made it more nature themed, I wouldn't be mad. I don't think I would be mad at that. What else did I have for y'all? Right. Oh, about the cheek tulip. So, because in the movie, she's just got the tulip on her cheek. She doesn't have it on her belt or on her hair bows. But maybe that was just it was either just an animation error, which is possible, or it was on purpose to be kind of a throwback to the creators of those early concepts, which I like to think that's what it was. But who really knows? It definitely sparked a lot of theorizing in the fandom in the early days, like, why does she have a tulip on her cheek in Star Stealer, but not in the episodes? Because if you see her in any of the actual episodes, there's nothing on her cheek at all. And people were thinking like she was grown up Baby Bright because Baby Bright had a yellow star. But then how does a yellow star turn into a pink tulip? I don't know. We had so many questions, y'all, and we still do. But those were some of them. Oh, and Onyx also had 2 original designs. It was the same design, like, he looked the same, but one was white instead of black, and then went with the black one, which I think was the right choice. Um, White just gets well, Starlight's already white, so that would just be 2 white horses running beside each other. The black is a really good juxtaposition there. And it just looks more cool? I don't know. And they did a really good job on the shading to make him look just shiny and futuristic. Um Oh, right. Also in early designs, all of the Spectrum sprites had half moons on their antenna instead of orbs. I think, if I recall, that was from our me and when Renee and I did our discussion on Star Stealer. That I'm not sure if that was also something we saw from the archives, but I think it's in the comic book. That was the one thing I forgot to pull out. And it's not up here, is it? I think it's down in the second. I think it's downstairs. There is also a Rainbow Brite in the Star Stealer comic that came out back in 1985 with the movie. That's right. I think it was the comic that they were giving out at movie theaters, not the poster. I'm not sure. Maybe they're giving out both. I don't know. Or maybe the poster was with the cereal box and the comic was with the movie. But I think you could probably buy the comic as well. But it was put out by DC Comics. So Rainbow Brite is a DC comic superhero, as far as I'm concerned. Um, Wait, is DC? No, I like Marvel better. I don't like DC movies or characters as good as Marvel. Marvel has all the best superheroes, or at least they've done the best movies for them. We talked about Lurky. Told y'all about Chris and the prison planet being a moon. Oh yeah, and like how the glitter bots were like half turning to stone and stuff at the end on Spectra. I was curious if like when the princess's power source, that little ball of energy, once that was destroyed, if the glitter bots were I mean they didn't completely turn to stone, but it looks like they halfway did and they like lost their power. So they just stopped working probably. But I loved all the sprites were just like beating them and sticks or something. I don't or with beating them with other parts of other robots. Um, yeah, that was kind of amazing. Oh, right. I had a see, there's my note that the Starsealer comic books were given out at the premiere of the movie. Yeah. But that is all of the notes I had. Let me look back over here at what y'all are talking about because y'all are having fun in the comments too. Oh, you're very welcome, Dream Rose. Um, Vote me for the editor. I don't know. I mean, I would love to be a creative consultant, but I don't know if I want to be any higher than that. That's a lot of responsibility. Why was Patty's dress shorter than the others? So she could be different and wear bloomers, I guess. Um, that's a good question. It was probably just another way to make her a bit different, because otherwise, I'm just trying to think of how many different ways they could make a dress that's a, because like Rainbow Bright, let me think. So Rainbow's dress and Shy Violet's dress and Tickle Pink's dress. Who am I leaving out? Are all basically the same, and yeah, those are all pretty similar. Moonglow's isn't too far off, but it's dissimilar enough. So maybe they were just like, okay, we've already got 3 characters with dresses that are way too alike. Let's mix this up a little bit. So at least we had, Indigo had a very different outfit. Canary Yellow had a very different outfit. So maybe Patty, yeah. And, if she's a character that's supposed to be climbing trees and getting dirty and stubbing her knees all the time, like, you wouldn't want to climb trees in a dress that people can see up. So she wears these big bloomers that are a fashion statement. Blue Moon could have become Moonglow. Maybe. I mean, the design looked a bit very different from what Moonglow ended up being, but that still could have inspired the character, yeah. Patty has longer legs. The skirts are one size fits all. Oh my gosh. Right. Baby Brite is not Rainbow Brite or Tickle Pink or anyone else. She was the sphere of light disguised as a baby. That's it. She was a fake baby. She was cute. She was a fake baby. I'm Batman. Well, I'm Rainbow Brite. I love it. I'm with you, David. Yes, Liz. I am also disappointed that the glitter bots did not annihilate anyone with glitter. Like, why are they called glitter bots? They don't use glitter. They're shiny. They could be called shiny bots. Yeah, that name never made any sense to me either. Oh, right. Lala had the super long dress. Yeah. Oh, right. And Stormy. Hers is very similar too. So, yeah, I think. Okay, Wisp, come back. You gave me a long enough break. Thank you. So yeah, I think with Patty, it was just yet another way to differentiate her from the other girls. And like, also remember back in the 80s, some people were still watching black and white TVs. Like, not many, but my husband, who is 4 years younger than me, like they had a color TV upstairs, but in their basement they had an old black and white TV. So he would watch stuff on that a good bit. And his dad is colorblind, so he watched stuff on the black and white TV all the time. And they like changed the not the color on it, but the saturation or the something. It's one time he and his sister did like as a prank to see if his dad would notice, and he didn't notice anything at all. But yeah, like people who may have still been watching this show on a black and white TV, I mean, they missed out on a lot because this is so color heavy. But maybe, yeah, maybe that's another reason just to make her look a little different. Yes. Lala's look is a look for sure. I could not pull that off, but she certainly does. If there's a reboot, it's gotta be the primary attack. Instead of a hypnotizing beam, you get hypnotized from being coated with glitter. I'm here for it. I would not mind being hypnotized with glitter. Huge advertising campaign for color TVs. Oh man, that's a great point. Like, I think most people probably had color TVs by then, but definitely not all. They should have done more advertising in that vein. Have you upgraded to a color TV yet? If not, you should, because here comes Rainbow Brite. And I love how, I think I've mentioned this, I don't know when. Well, I think I talked about it with you, Liz, recently on a podcast that is coming out at some point, and I'll let you all know when that happens, that the original cartoon or the original commercials for the Rainbow Brite dolls all had music from I always want to say The Sound of Music. That's not The Sound of Music. Wizard of Oz. They all had music from the Wizard of Oz. So they took all the different songs and just made up different lyrics to them. And each commercial has a completely different song in it. It's hilarious. If you go on my YouTube channel, which you're probably on right now, but after this is over, I do have a playlist of commercials, and I've put on there like every commercial I've been able to find, so you can just scroll through them and hear the different Wizard of Oz songs. And Bettina actually does sing a little bit of Somewhere Over the Rainbow in one of them. It's adorable. I think me and Renee were lamenting the fact that there's no recording of her singing the entire song from when she was a kid, like in Rainbow Brite's voice. That would have just been, oh, the icing on the cake. I would kill for that. But yeah, sadly, I think we did. I think we even asked Bettina if she had a recording of her singing that as a kid, and she said no. So sad. The Wizard of Rainbow Land, yes. Instead of Queen of the Sprites, they could have called that episode The Wizard of Rainbow Land. Or no, well, see, Count Blog, he pretends to do magic, but we never actually see him do any magic. But no, Murky's Comet, that could have been The Wizard of Rainbow Land. Because I was an actual sorcerer. He was not a very good one, but he was still an actual wizard who could do stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. But yeah, I remember when I was a kid watching The Wizard of Oz for the first time, and when it turns from black and white into color, it just blew my mind. Like, I thought I was sitting down to watch this old black and white movie, and then it was just like, I mean, it was super old. Like, was it the first movie that had color? It was one of the first for sure. Oh, there's Renee. Hi. I could probably Google it on this computer if Wisp was not laying on my arm. No, where's my escape button? Get out of full screen. Okay, let me see. Or y'all are probably, Oh, Disney had the rights to Wizard of Oz at the time. Oh! Okay. I always wondered how they were able to get the rights to do that, because that's like a big deal. Or was a big deal. They still would be, honestly. What am I even on? I have all these weird tabs open from who knows when. First color movie. What? Oh, there was a silent movie. A lost film called The Gulf Between. What about the first, one that people know of? You're getting a little too technical on me, Google. Well, here's some people asked, was Wizard of Oz the first color movie? On the positive side, the 1939 MGM film The Wizard of Oz was triumphantly realized in Technicolor in the company's new 3-strip color process. The first Hollywood film using the 3-color process was made in 1935. Okay, 5 more were made in 1936 and 20 in 1937. So, okay, clearly there were other color films before The Wizard of Oz. What was the first color movie ever made? There's someone saying Becky Sharp, 1935 film based on Thackeray's novel Vanity Fair. It's generally regarded the first color movie, meaning the first to use the technology of 3-color Technicolor. I'll have to do a bit more digging to see if there are any other opinions out on the interwebs, but I have never even heard of Becky Sharp. So, or I'm curious what the other, 20-something movies that came out in color before The Wizard of Oz were. I gotta do some digging. Oh, Renee's chiming in. MGM partnership with Disney, which became Disney Hollywood Studios in Florida, for example. Oh. Return to Oz, which features the ruby slippers from 1985. Ruby slippers are an MGM incarnation. Huh. Yeah, because wasn't it... I'm probably getting this wrong, but I feel like I'm right. In the original Wizard of Oz books, I don't think it was ruby slippers, right? Like they were a different color, like silver or green. Were they green? I feel like they weren't ruby. Silver! Yay! I guessed 2 and one of them was right. Okay, awesome. That was my first guess. Points for me. Now I want to just let Renee ask me trivia questions and see how many I can get right. This is why I wish you to be here, Renee. You know all the things. They didn't reflect in screen tests against the yellow brick road. Oh my gosh. That makes sense. They would, yeah. They wouldn't stand out nearly as much as bright red. Huh. Well, I also have a factoid about The Wizard of Oz. The first guy they cast to be the Tin Man, who I think was the guy that played Jethro on the Beverly Hillbillies, if I'm remembering correctly, ended up not doing the part because he was allergic to the silver stuff they put on him. She says yes. So hopefully that was yes to all I just said. So yeah, we could have had Jethro. Although I love the guy that plays the Tin Man. I love the entire cast of The Wizard of Oz. That's definitely one of my favorite movies. The heavy metal made him deathly sick. Yeah. Which is how did it not make the other guy sick? I mean, heavy metals are not good for anybody. Oh, Jed Clampett. Right, not Jethro. Jed. In my head, I was picturing Jed, and out my mouth came Jethro. So Jed, the father, the older one. Yes, Jethro was the younger guy, the doofus. See, I need Renee to correct all of my blunders because I make them all the time. Oh, they used a different paint with the second casting. Okay. Okay. And the witch, she wasn't allergic to the green stuff, was she? I think I've only ever heard about the silver stuff being bad for them. No. Okay, cool. This is fantastic. I'm getting real-time confirmation from Renee. It's so easy to segue from Rainbow Brite to Wizard of Oz. It's just, so many similarities and just, it's almost, I'm kind of surprised they didn't make more Wizard of Oz references in Rainbow Brite, especially since they use the music from the Wizard of Oz in all of their commercials. You'd think there'd be a few more extra nods and winks to it in the series or in the movie, but I really can't think of any off the top of my head. There aren't any yellow brick roads or ruby slippers. I mean, her boots are red, but also just kind of goes with her aesthetic. I don't know. I'm trying to imagine her shoes being any other color. And that looks weird to me, but I'm also used to her shoes being red my entire life, so it's hard to picture. Yeah, if y'all can think of any other similarities that they put in Rainbow Brite that may have been inspired by Wizard of Oz, let me know, because now I'm really curious. Unless they had copyright or changed it to a 75% parody, the residuals were too much. Oh. Huh. Well, there's our answer. That's why they didn't do it. Renee is a wealth of knowledge. I love it. I love it so much. And yes, I miss you so much, Renee. I'm so glad you're at least here with us in spirit. Commercials only run once. TV repeats. Very good point. But now we have the internet, so commercials can run forever. They weren't thinking of that back in 1984. The weather anomaly that takes someone to another world, maybe? Yeah, I guess Brian's rainbow that takes him to Rainbow Land could be likened to the tornado. It just doesn't destroy anyone or kill anybody. It's not destructive. Oh, the Dark Princess Vortex. Oh, yeah, that's a lot. That could be. That's a good one. Oh my gosh, y'all are pulling out some good comparisons here. Tristan's asking, is the party over? Yeah, we're just chatting now. If any of y'all have to go, I get it. I know it's super late where some of y'all are, or like crazy early in the morning if you were starting out at 3 a.m. in the Philippines. Brian is Dorothy, yes. Sprites are munchkins, yes. Oh my gosh. This is amazing. Y'all are pulling out ideas that had never crossed my mind. I'm really gonna have to. I feel like I want to watch The Wizard of Oz now and like look for things. Twink is the Cowardly Lion. I mean, you're not wrong. He's very bossy, but he also gets scared. Rainbow being the good witch of the north. 9:30 p.m. where you are in the UK. Yep. Yeah, and Rainbow even comes to Rainbow Land in an orb. Like, it's not pink like Glinda's orb, but she arrives in a glowing orb. So there's another one. Starlight is the Scarecrow. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of the Scarecrow is Dorothy's like spiritual guide, kind of on her journey. And Starlight very much, and Twink a little bit in the beginning of Rainbow Land, but then once they meet Starlight kind of takes over. So who's the Tin Man? Lurky. Oh, Lurky is Toto. I like Lurky being Toto. That's adorable. Maybe Murky is the Tin Man because he's all just silver and gray. That could be the equivalent. I mean, he's not a bad guy, but that's the only thing that's coming to mind. Onyx. Oh, well, yeah. Metal, made out of metal. Yeah. I like it. Onyx is a Tin Man. We figured it out. We got the crew, y'all. Murky could be the Chief Munchkin. Or one of the flying monkeys, maybe. Oh my gosh. Y'all are cracking me up. I knew this was going to be fun, but y'all always supersede my expectations and make it even more fun. Yeah, Renee says Murky is the monkey. He could be the head monkey. Or wait, there were also those weird guards outside of the Wicked Witch of the West's castle. Oh, whoa, those guys. The princess does wear silver slippers? I thought she wore black shoes. Oh, the castle guards could be the glitter bots. That's amazing. Or are you talking about the slippers she was wearing with her robe? I didn't pay attention to what color they were. 10:30 in Berlin. Oh my gosh, Vince. Thanks for staying up so late, y'all. This has been so much fun. Like in a year where we all feel so disconnected from everyone, I thought of all the years, even I mean, especially because it's an anniversary year for this movie, but I was like, of all the years to do a live stream with some Rainbow Bright fans, this is the year to do it. Because I know a lot of us are feeling very disconnected and not being able to go to any Comic Cons this year and hang out with our typical friends and fan friends that we maybe only get to see once a year at these conventions and things like that. And some of us, live in different countries, so we may never get to meet in person, or it may be a while. I still hope to meet both you, David, and Vince, or Vincent, sorry. But I don't know when that will be because we can't travel anywhere right now because the US are morons when it comes to COVID. The princess reminds me of Mombi from Return to Oz. Ooh, that's a good call. Yes, she's very vain. Very, yeah. I could get that. I could get that. Yes, someday. I'm going to give that heart back to you. Someday. I do hope we can, like, as we all know, generation, I think it's 5 was the last gen of Rainbow Bright dolls that Hallmark came out with starting in 2015. We all know that that's over. And now all of our stuff is coming from Truffle Shuffle or HalloweenCostumes.com. Those are the only places selling official merch. But I don't think that's the end. They've been doing not reboots, but coming out with new dolls pretty much like every 5 years. Obviously, they're skipping this year. But the 2015 line lasted for several years, so we have to keep that in mind. Like the 2009 line lasted less than 1 year, and it was gone. The 2004, 2005, 2003, 2004 line lasted, what would you say, Renee? 2, maybe 3 years at the most, maybe only 2 years. And yeah, like the last stuff from, do I still have, yeah, I've got my website open. I was just looking at this recently and I've already forgotten what the answer was, but I was like, what was the last thing that came out from Hallmark and when did it come out? Oh, okay. It was the very end of 2017. That's when we got the Rainbow Land carrying case, the Murky and Lurky Itty Bitties with the book, Puppy Brite, and the baby sprites. I don't think... oh, wait. Sorry. There was a new book in 2018. That was the Rainbow Brite and the Color Caves Mystery book that came with the hair bow. That might have been the last thing. Although they also had a keepsake ornament in 2018. Did we have an ornament last year? All of a sudden, I'm forgetting. I don't think we did. Did we? Or wait, I can't see the year. They're all staring me in the face right here, but I can't see the years on top of the boxes. I know we didn't get one this year, but now I can't remember if we got one last year. That's terrible. Hold on, let me go back to the chat. One of y'all has told me, I'm sure. No. We did not get an ornament last year either. Oh yeah, David, I was just talking about stuff from Hallmark themselves. But you're right, we did get the Coleco game and the NES game. We've gotten some, let me see what else. We got the comic books, Funko Pop. What else have we gotten? Yeah, there was a 2018 ornament. Oh, right. That was the one where she's hugging Twink. So what year was the one with the bucket of star sprinkles? Was that 2017, I guess? And then we started getting those costumes. Was that in 2018? Yeah. Yeah, in 2018 is when we started getting the costumes and those ugly sweaters from well, they were on HalloweenCostumes.com and Fun.com, which I think are just run by the same company. Oh yeah, we got all the Japanese stuff at the beginning of last year. Those of us who were able to get it, that was a pain in the butt to get that stuff, but worth it. Worth it. I'm so happy that I was able to get my hands on that stuff. There were the digital line stickers. Yep. Downloadable goodies. And then since then, it's just been Truffle Shuffle, looks like, and Halloween costumes. And yeah, the NES version of the Coleco game and the trade paperback. That was last year. Gosh, I keep forgetting that the comic wrapped up last year. It feels longer ago, but it was, 2018 into 2019. So yeah, we got, let me go back. It was the beginning of 2018, I said, right? That we got a book from Hallmark and that was the last thing. Yes. February of 2018 is when that book started showing up in Hallmark stores, but that was the last Hallmark product of that line. Oh, well, I need to scroll up. We all need rainbow keys. Yes, we do. Let's hang in Rainbow Land. Sure, rainbow will make us feel better if we get ill. Amen. Star sprinkles, they'll cure coronavirus, no problem. When you're for products, 2 years for the DVD to increase in price. Oh, right. They put out the DVD set too. Yep. Yeah, that's a really good point that Renee made. Said Hallmark is trying their best. They put their name behind all those products with the hope that someone else would pick up the license, but no one is buying or investing in Rainbow Brite. Except Funko did the one. I'm glad they did the one, but come on, they did like how many Care Bears? And how many My Little Ponies? And how many He-Man? Oh my gosh, they've done so many He-Man figures. Or Funko Pops. It's a good thing I only have I think I have 3, and that's just because friends gave them to me. I was not about to start collecting those because I knew it would be a never-ending hole, and I would have way too much merch and nowhere to put it. So I didn't even try with the He-Man and She-Ra Funko Pops, even though they're amazing. I love them. But all these other 80s cartoons got several Funko Pops, and we got one. Come on. I get that Rainbow and Twink are going to be the most popular, but put out a Starlight. That would be amazing. Put out a Stormy, a Tickle Pink, a Moonglow. I know they're probably wary of the color kids. They think maybe those wouldn't be as sought after, but they would be, if you ask us. And And like you can still buy the Rainbow Brite Funko Pop pretty much anywhere. I don't think it's like out of stock. I don't think they've stopped necessarily making it or whatever. Oh, hi, Kara. I saw Tristan said that his sister Kara says hi. Hello to you. Hope you're doing well. And yes, more Truffle Shuffle is coming. And they didn't release a solid rainbow one for Pride. Oh, that's a good point. That would have been amazing. Or like a Brian, a striped rainbow Brian for Pride. Can you imagine? Oh my god, with little Sam, his little dog. Oh, I would have died. I would have died. Like maybe they think enough people wouldn't have gotten it, but I think they would have. Yeah, see, I was sold. Funko, take our money, please. But yeah, Hallmark, so yeah, it was 2015, right? That those dolls started coming out. Now I'm keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. I'm going through my news feed like oh, there's the bucket. Yeah, that was a 2016 ornament, was the one with the bucket. Okay. Yeah, 2015 is when the dolls first came out. Yep. Starting with those limited edition itty bitties. So yeah, so they went from 2015 to the beginning of 2019. Or wait, did I say that right? Or 18? 18, right? Why do I keep forgetting? Scrolling up again. Hold on. 18. Okay. So, but it was like it was like summer of 2015 when this stuff started coming out. So we'll say summer of 2015 to 16 to 17. So it didn't quite make it to summer of 18, but more than 2 years. So that's pretty impressive. And they were releasing a good bit of new stuff along the whole way. It wasn't just they released a few things at once and then that was it. Like they kept putting out new books and new itty bitties and new dolls. So, and like the puzzle, wow. Oh yes, rainbow gift wrap would have been amazing. And like they did come out with some new greeting cards. That's another thing they did. Oh, Renee, me and you need to get in touch with Justin. I just remembered a thing about a card that has to do with Justin. Yeah, but yeah, nothing since then. Nobody picked it up and ran with it. Care Bears hasn't Care Bears been getting a lot of stuff all along though? I feel like they never quite stopped, or at least like they came back around, what was it, the 20 or 25th anniversary, and then I feel like they've just been in stores ever since. I might be wrong about that. I don't keep up with, because if I could collect all the things, if I had 3 houses, to fill with stuff, I totally would, but I can't, so I don't. So I'll take your word on that because I just don't follow the new stuff that's coming out. So yeah, so if they're refocusing more on Care Bears than they have in the last few years, then that's setting a good precedent. Oh, I made her day, Kara. That's so sweet. Oh, Denise is here now. Love my Rainbow Brite collection. That is so sweet. Thank you. I love it too. It is so much fun to come up here and share it with you all. I gotta get this cup out of the way. It's covering up. I have to, just because y'all are here. This and the bear are not Rainbow Brite. And I still have like He-Man and She-Ra animation cells on the wall right here that you can't see. But those are the only remnants left of anything non-Rainbow Brite up here other than like, my desk and computer and technological stuff. But I used to have like He-Man figures up here along with a few other things. Like my big Care Bear pillow dolls. I moved those finally out of here just recently. But this, I had a set of six of these. On this camera, it's looking blue. It's purple. I think it's looking blue on the camera, but it's very purple. It's like a dark purple. But I kept the purple one because my mom gave these to me. She gave me the whole set years ago. It was from like Oriental Trading Company, I think. It was, nothing expensive. It was just one of those things. And she was just like, Rainbow Katie. And she thought of me and she got them. But I didn't have room to keep all the things. So I kept the purple one because purple is her favorite color. So I keep that up here just to remind me of my mom. And she also got me this rainbow bear at Build-A-Bear that you can see over here hanging out with Baby Brite. And I mean, he blends in so well. I'm just like, why not? So they get to sit, and I don't know if this little high chair, they're actually in a little doll high chair. It's not for real kids. But a doll size high chair that my uncle made. He's a wood crafter, and he actually made this. I keep meaning to like hold it up and show it off to y'all in one of my videos. I'll try to do that soon. Right now I have stuff resting on it, and that would be a bad idea. But yeah, and I've thought about painting it white, but I don't know. I kind of like the light wood color as well. I don't know. I love having pieces of my family with me in the museum as well. But yeah, I have way too much fun up here collecting stuff and then displaying it. And I have my new shelf now, so I have a little more room for stuff. Although that's really the last place I can put shelves. Like, unless I get rid of the bed, which I can't do. Like, this was my husband's childhood bed, like the frame, I mean. We actually got a new mattress for it in the last year or two, so that if we have enough guests over and it needs to be used, it could actually be slept on, because the old mattress was from his childhood and it was like this thick. It was not comfortable to sleep on. So it has a decent mattress on it now. But yeah, I can't see getting rid of the bed. It's so much a part of the collection, I feel. Like, to be able to show off the sheets and the blankets and the pillows and the pillow dolls. Like, where would all those go? I feel like I have to keep the bed. And it has drawers in it that I can store stuff in. John says, if you could see Rainbow Brite in a crossover comic with another popular character, who would it be? Ooh, that's a toughie. I kind of feel like Rainbow Brite and the My Little Ponies would get along well. I'm specifically thinking of the Friendship is Magic ponies. Like, honestly, I had some My Little Ponies back in the day. I had the Dream Castle. I had a little bit of everything when I was a kid. I had a few, Dream Castle and a few ponies. I had several Care Bears. I had a few Rainbow Brite dolls. I just had a few Popple. Like, I just had a little bit of everything. So now it's just Rainbow Brite. That's all I collect. But I loved the Friendship is Magic cartoon so much. They did a really good job on that, and I really like the characters. And like Rainbow Dash and Starlight getting into a race. Can you imagine? That would just be hysterical. And I've seen some fan art like that. Oh, CJ Stryker, hey, good day. What time is it where you are? Yeah, Vincent, I wish there were more issues of the Rainbow Brite comic coming out too, but I have not heard any talks that is happening, sadly. Like, Dynamite just recently retweeted about it the other day. I mean, maybe they're just trying to sell off the rest of their trade paperbacks. I don't know. Or maybe it was a trying to gauge interest in how much people still cared about it. Like, I still want more. Again, it had potential. So many things they've started that had potential, and then they don't finish them, and it's sad. Yeah, so yeah, that's how I feel, that the bed is just part of the room. Aw, I'm glad that makes you happy to see because your sister had the same sheets and curtains. I think a lot of people had this when they were kids. I see a lot of people saying that online. So yeah, I think they have to stay. Um, aw, CJ's, yep, you think the same. Vincent, I think my microphone needs to be rainbowed up. Yeah, Murky got to it, didn't it? Some stickers would be actually kind of hilarious. I might have to do that. Usually I have this thing in front of it to like keep me from, if you say the word P in a microphone, sometimes it's really loud. It's like pops or whatever. It's a popper stopper. I think that's what they're called. But it's for that purpose. But it's more for singing. Although I guess they use them for talking too. I don't know. But it was just taking up way too much space. And I was like, no, not for this. I'm taking that thing off. So I did. But you're right. I think some stickers would go a long way on this mic. Um Rainbow Bright and Silverhawks. That would be interesting. They both can fly through space. So why not? 4:55 where you are. Oh, we're in the same time zone, CJ. Excuse me. Yep, I'm on Eastern time as well. Yep. Well, thank you for keeping us notified if you hear anything about the comic, because I know you are big into the comic world. So if you hear anything, please let me know. They just finished a My Little Pony and Transformers comic book. What? Really? I did not know that. That's How did that work? I'm gonna have to look that up just because it sounds so bizarre. But I know they've done crossovers with He-Man. They did like He-Man and Superman and He-Man and Thundercats, I want to say. So yeah, they've definitely done some He-Man comic crossovers, but they've also done just a lot of He-Man comics over the past, say, 10 years or so. I can't keep up with, like, I stopped trying to keep up with them because they kept just starting new ones. Like, it wasn't just the same series being continued. It was like, okay, here's another spinoff and another spinoff, and I'm just like, can we have one cohesive storyline, please? Like, I'm getting so confused. Um, but I'd be down for a crossover. Yeah, put Rainbow Bright with He-Man and She-Ra. Or just She-Ra. I don't care. Like with the new She-Ra. That would be fun. Can you imagine? They'd have so much fun. Like Glimmer and Rainbow Bright would just, oh my gosh. I'm just thinking of Glimmer like sparkling and like Rainbow Bright making things sparkle. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yeah, I love both He-Man and She-Ra. I always think of He-Man first because I grew up with an older brother, and he was big into He-Man and had a lot of the figures and Castle Grayskull and everything. So I was really into He-Man when I was a kid, and I also got into She-Ra when it came around. And he watched She-Ra with me. He wasn't too macho to watch She-Ra or anything like that. And I had a few She-Ra figures, but it was mostly Horde. Like I had She-Ra and Glimmer and Bow, and the Swan. I forget its name. That's terrible. But I think that's all I had of the Rebellion. Then I had Hordak and Grizzlor and who am I forgetting? Hordak, Grizzlor. Maybe it was just those two. I definitely had those two. And I got the Fright Zone. So yeah, I went with the bad guys of She-Ra for some reason. I don't know. But also the She-Ra figures, they were so small compared to the He-Man figures. They were like miniature Barbies. I didn't like that as a kid. And I didn't have a problem with Barbies. Like I had some Barbies when I was little. But they were so small. Like make them the same, at least the same height as the He-Man figures. Why did they make them so small? I don't know. Your store said that the Transformers in My Little Pony book is said to be good and looks good. Okay. I will definitely check that out. That's hilarious. Twink and Cowl. Yes. They would be best buddies or mortal enemies. I'm not sure. They would have a love-hate relationship. It'd be great. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people have compared Rainbow Brite to Sailor Moon. I've seen a lot of crossover fan art between those two as well, and it's adorable. Um, oh man, I wish I'd had the Catra doll. That sounds amazing. Made a scratchy sound when you did the switch on her back. Didn't she like her paw would go or something when you did the switch on her back? I can't remember. Have you heard of the book What Would Skeletor Do? Diabolical ways to master the universe. Oh, that sounds hilarious. No, I haven't. I will look that up. I do still collect some He-Man and She-Ra stuff, like very sparingly, and it's usually books at this point because that's all I have room for. So yeah, hello, you're on my hair. You're on my hair. Can you pull up that foot? Thank you. My hair's so long now that it drapes into my lap, and then she jumps on it without meaning to. Poor thing. You didn't do anything wrong. You're fine. You're fine. Yeah, no, I gotta look up that book and get a copy for my brother. He would crack up at that. Twink, Cow, and Sprag. Yep. Mm-hmm. And we gotta get Relay back. He was only in the Christmas special, but I love Relay. Oh my gosh. I have a little Relay figurine. He's just the cutest darn thing. Rainbow Brite and Sailor Moon. Yep. Oh, I was right about her paw going when you did the switch. Excellent. Maybe it made a sound. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Peter Cullen versing both Murky and Optimus Prime. See, they could throw Rainbow Brite in with Transformers. Why not? Perfuma, yes. Oh, no way! She had a feature? She had a cool flower thing on her back that bloomed with the switch. Oh, I didn't know that. That is so cool. Oh, Vince, you gotta go. I understand. It's super late there. Thank you so much for coming. This has been so much fun. Yes, we'll definitely catch up again soon. And you're very welcome for organizing this event. This has been so much fun for me. No way you got Peter Cullen to sign your Star Stealer movie poster. That's amazing. I'm jealous. Yeah, they have He-Man and DC Comics now. I don't even know which ones are still going. Like I was following them on Comixology for a little while. Like I wasn't purchasing them. I purchased the first few until they got to like Despera, where She-Ra was like this evil horde chick with short hair, and I was just like, I am not all about this. And it was super gory and just no, it was not my Filmation He-Man that I love so much. I mean, a lot of people loved it and continue to because I mean, a lot of comics are gory and more revealing than I would prefer, but that's their demographic, so that's fine. I stick to the kids' comics. That's where I'm happy. Rainbow Brite Transformers and Dungeons and Dragons crossover. Oh wait, did Peter Cullen do a voice in Dungeons and Dragons? I didn't know that. He voiced Predator also? What? Yay, Gore. You and Murky would get along well. I'm kidding. I did not know that. Oh, funny. Yeah, okay. So me and my brother watched a few episodes of Dungeons and Dragons, the cartoon back in the 80s, but our parents heard the whole sermon of how evil it was and demonic and blah blah blah. And then we were forbidden from watching the cartoon from then on. I was just like, it's a cartoon. It's not teaching us witchcraft and devil worship. Oh my goodness. But parents be parents, you know. But I still do enjoy that show, even though I don't remember much about it. DC tends to be more dark these days. Yeah. That does make sense. So it doesn't surprise you or me. He was the original Carr. What's Carr from? Karr. Well, my second reread of the He-Man mini comic collection. Oh, nice! See, I do like the mini comics, even though they were very different in style, and even some of the subject matter, I think, from the cartoon. I still love those. Like, so my brother was collecting the He-Man figures as they were coming out, but I think it was like before I could read, because those came out earlier than Rainbow Brite. That was like 1980. I want to say it was 83 that He-Man figures, if not 82. I should know this. I think it was 83 that He-Man figures came out. So he was getting these when I was, 3 years old, going on 4. So I couldn't read yet. So I would just look at the pictures in the mini comics, and sometimes maybe I asked him what something said or what was going on, but mostly I just looked at the pictures and I really enjoyed those. But I should reread them, and I have them all. I guess they're in the Dark Horse book. There's several books that the company Dark Horse has put out for He-Man. They did one that was all of the new. Was it just the newspaper strips? Because there was a newspaper strip comic for He-Man back in the day, which I don't remember seeing that in my local newspapers when I was a kid, but it existed. And through very laborious work, they were able to recover almost all of them, and they put them in a book. But I feel like did they put the mini comics in a book too? Now I'm forgetting. I think they did, but I'm not certain about that. I still have a good stack of the mini comics from my brother's collection. So maybe I just need to go read through those. Yeah, I think you might be right that He-Man was the first show with toys that really took off, and that opened the gates for other properties to do the same, to make cartoons that were commercials. Yeah. But then didn't they like pass laws against that to some extent? Just curious. I know you're a Brite fan, but at any point during your childhood, did you get the PJ Sparkles doll? I did not. Somehow I missed out on her completely. I don't remember seeing commercials about PJ Sparkles or really even knowing anything about her. It wasn't until later into my like eBay collecting days that I came across PJ Sparkles, and I was like, "What is this? She's super cute. Why didn't I ever care about her in the 80s?" I guess maybe there wasn't a cartoon. But she's a really cute doll, but no, I didn't have one of her. Fun fact, while I'm watching this stream, I'm working on my own comic collection. Cool deal, CJ. Gem. I watched some Gem when my brother would let me. He used to make fun of it, y'all. Like, you know how big brothers do. Anything that was too girly. Like, I don't really remember him making fun of Rainbow Brite, but again, I didn't watch a lot of Rainbow Brite. We watched more cartoons that came out during the week, and that was a Saturday morning one. We watched some Saturday morning cartoons, I'm sure. I'm sure we did. But I also remember sleeping really late on Saturdays when I was a kid. I probably slept through them most days. Or we'd be outside playing, during the summer and stuff. Like we were always outside playing. But I do remember the few episodes of Gem that I saw, liking it, and I liked the theme song because I've always loved music. I love to sing, and now I can play my little ukulele over on my personal YouTube channel if y'all haven't seen that. Rainbow 00 Brite. Just look that up on YouTube and you'll find my personal YouTube channel where I've been practicing my ukulele by just playing random songs. So I liked Gem because it had music in all of the episodes. Another show I loved for that reason back then was Alvin and the Chipmunks. I used to watch that show every day after school. I loved it so much. And a lot of it was the music aspect of it. Um, Yep, Barbie and the Rockers. I did actually have some of those dolls. I don't think I ever had a Gem doll, which is funny, but I did have maybe it was just because I already had some Barbies. So when Barbies and the Rockers came out, I got some of those. Um, See, you were a good big brother. Mine wasn't a jerk all the time. Like, we were very close, but we also fought a lot. Yeah, we did. But we also played together a lot. Like, he'd get out all of his He-Man figures and, like, we'd take turns picking characters until we each had our own, like, group, and then we'd, like, battle them together somehow. We'd make up stories. You know, we'd go exploring through the woods together, play war and stuff outside. Like, we had a lot of fun together. On vacations, you know, we went camping a lot when I was a kid. So we played together nicely a lot as well. But there were a few things where he was just like, no, I draw the line at watching Gem. I'm not doing that. But like one of the Rainbow Bright commercials is with the Wizard of Oz songs, like somewhere over the rainbow, rainbow bright. And I don't know what comes after that, if anything. Like it might just be that, and then it goes into talking. But I used to sing that at him to annoy him. So I did my share of annoying him as well. And like from the Wizard, I'm not Wizard of Oz, Willy Wonka. I know it started with a W. From the Willy Wonka movie, when he says "strike it, reverse it," or "strike that, reverse it." No, strike it, reverse it. Right? Strike that, reverse it. Is it that or it? Whatever. Strike that, reverse it. Strike it, reverse it. I think it's that. That phrase, whatever it is, I used to say that over and over and over to him and his friends. Strike it, reverse it, strike it, reverse it. Just to be an annoying little sister. So he had his reasons for doing what he did too. But I'm glad that you watched cartoons along with your sister, and didn't put up a fuss. That was very, very kind of you. Uh Yes, like Dreamrose says, you're a far more evolved big brother than most. Oh, Tristan, you like Lady Lovely Locks. Awesome. Yeah, I didn't even know about Lady Lovely Locks until I was 17, 18, something around there. And I think I came across a Lady Lovely Locks book at a thrift store and I bought it because I loved the artwork. And I used to scan artwork of different 80s cartoons and put them online for people. So yeah, that was one that I scammed. And I have watched at least, is there a movie, like a special, or was it just a show? I feel like I've watched something because there was like a lady, like a real life person talking, but then it went animated. Am I remembering that right? It's been a while. um Maybe I'm thinking of Rose Petal Place. Oh, you know, I'm thinking of Rose Petal Place. Or maybe Lady Lovely Locks? I don't know. I get those two confused a lot because I found out about both of them around the same time. Somehow I didn't, or maybe I knew about Lady Lovely Locks when I was a kid vaguely, but I don't think I had any of those dolls. Brand new day Ute cover needed. Okay, yes, that needs to happen. I have not tried that yet. I'll put that on the list. Strike that, reverse it. Thank you, CJ. Um, one TV to yeah, same. We have one TV to share. So most of the time he got to pick what we watched and I just went along with it. But I guess there were times that I pushed back and he let me. I don't remember when those times were. Like maybe he was sleeping the day that I watched Rainbow Bright. Otherwise I wouldn't have gotten to see Peril in the Pits. Um See, yeah, I love that y'all just played with each other stuff and didn't care what was supposed to be for girls or for boys. Like, I certainly didn't care. I played with both. But my brother would not have collected She-Ra figures, I don't think. Or yeah, or I don't think I really got him to play Rainbow Brite with me or or Care Bears or anything. I think those I had to play with by myself. Or when I was at friends' houses that had them, especially Barbie. That was me and my friend Melissa. We would play with Barbies a lot together. Are you aware of any potential episodes of Rainbow Brite that were never made? I do know of one. I think it's only one. But the legality of me talking about it is iffy. I know about it because there's a library in California that has a copy of the script, or I don't know if it's the actual script or the outline of the story. It's not a storyboard. It's maybe it is the script or just the story of what the episode was going to be, something like that. Renee knows about it. Maybe she can weigh in. And I think Howard R. Cohen wrote it. I'm not certain on that now. But it was also a really weird episode. It didn't make a lot of sense, honestly, so I'm kind of not too mad they didn't make it. But if we ever get the go ahead that we can talk about that, we will. Absolutely. Were there any Rainbow Brite comic books in the 80s? There was only the one for Rainbow Brite and the Star Stealer, and it was just a like short adaptation of the movie. Just short retelling of it in comic form. Sadly, that was the only one. David's gonna head off. I know it's late for you. Thank you so much for showing up and being here and being awesome. Secret of the Sword. Oh, that would be fun. I think. Wait, was its anniversary this year? I don't know. I forget what year that came out. Anyway, yes, that would be fun. But have a rainbow night and squee, especially for you. Nights the movie. Well, that's true. Europe did comics. That's a good point. So in the US, we only had that one, but in Germany, there was a whole, oh my God, 30 something. I think I have that number right. I don't think it was quite 40. 30 something comic magazines. So there are these huge, they're pretty thick. Big old, they're like the size of a magazine, but they're comics. And I think they have like extra activities and stuff in them as well. So the whole thing isn't necessarily a comic, but there are comic stories within it. So there may be multiple, or no, maybe it's just one story in each one. I need to get back to scanning those. I'm behind. But I have most of them, if not all of them. Did I? Yeah, I think I cataloged those and put those away. So all the ones I have are on my list now that you can find on my website if you go to collectibles and then Rainbow Land Museum. There's a link there to a PDF that shows every single item I have. If you do like a control F, control for find, and type in Regina, just type in Regina. That's what it looks like. In Germany, it's pronounced Regina. Regina Regenbogen. But yeah, if you just search for the word Regina, it'll show you all the comics that I have. I think I am still missing at least one, I know, if not two. But I have almost all of those. And she showed up in a few other things too. Like there was a Poochie comic, or a Poochie magazine, but they also put a few very short Rainbow Brite comics in that. There was what's it called? Fun Time? I know I showed these to y'all a while back in a video, but now I'm forgetting. Although it's probably in my list as well. What profile am I on? Not the right one. Here, let me get off of the. Oh, here, I can go from here. Collectibles. Rainbow Museum. I know it started with the word fun. Fun Time magazine. I should have put what country those were from. I think it might have been the UK. I'll have to look at them again. I can't quite remember now, but I think they were all in English. I'm gonna have to go find them because, yeah, a friend of mine was collecting them because they had He-Man stuff in them, and she found some that had Rainbow Brite stuff in them and gave them to me, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is amazing!" So, yeah, she showed up in some random other things too, and then in Italy they made some notebooks that on the back of them, I can always forget there's 4 or 6 of them. There's either 4 or 6 of these notebooks that have a short comic on the back of them. So they're not comic books, but they're comics. Hopefully that answers your question. um, am I looking forward to the He-Man cartoon? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm looking forward to both of them. The Kevin Smith one and the one that's going to be more geared towards kids from what I've heard. I think his is going to be, yeah, like you said, it's just going to be a direct sequel. It's going to pick up where the Filmation show left off. But then I think they're making a second one for a slightly younger audience. So I'm looking forward to both of those big time because I loved the new She-Ra big time. So I can't wait to watch those two. Oh, Renee, you and your sister had Gem and the Rockers too. Awesome. That's amazing. CJ wants me to do more live streams. How long have I been on this? 3 hours and 16 minutes. Hey, I'm having fun. This is fun for me too. Yeah, I should do these more often. This is fun. Which kitty is that? Oh, that's Whisper again. Hello. Yes. I'm saying that wrong. Special? Something like that. There's several. There's like the super, hold on. Let me go back to my list. Wisp, hold on. Yeah, there's the regular Regina Regenbogen comics, then there's the extra comic. There are several super, or 10. There are 10 super comics, and then 4 special comics. What are these other German Rainbow Brite magazines I have listed? Oh, I think those are they were like little advertisement magazines, but I think they had little stories in them too, if I'm recalling correctly. What is that magazine? Oh my gosh, that looks Italian. Più il suo gioco. I probably said that so badly. I have stuff, y'all, that I've forgotten that I have. Like, this is why I keep this list, because I would completely forget. And y'all remember, if you watch my videos, that I have accidentally double collected a couple of things in the past year. That wouldn't have happened so much if I had been keeping up with my list. Although I think the walkie-talkie phone things, they were actually on the list. So if I had looked, I would have known that I already had them. I just thought I didn't. That was my bad. But now my list is up to date, so I can actually look up, do I have this or not before I buy something? Yes, I watched all of the Netflix She-Ra and I loved it. I loved every moment of it. I wanted more. I'm like hoping they'll make a movie or something, continue it that way. Watch some of the episodes for the you just want me to live stream all the things that I like to watch. Oh yeah. I'm just gonna read what is that Micronoid. Okay. I need my glasses. That was almost looking like an L, so I was like, "Is that micronoid or micronoid?" It's micronoid. My eyes are just being weird. Some well-known voice actors doing voices for the new He-Man. Mark Hamill gonna be Skeletor. I cannot wait for that. Oh my gosh. Sarah Michelle Gellar as Teela. Love it. Alan Oppenheimer coming back, but he's not doing Skeletor. That's okay. Doing Moss Man. Kevin Conroy as Merman. Alicia Silverstone as Queen Marlena. I forgot about Alicia Silverstone being in it. Oh my gosh. Oh, you still need to watch it? Yes, you do need to watch it. You need to watch it. It's so good. It's so good. I freak out about it at any chance I get because I loved it so much. I literally cried at the end. Like, so good. So good. Yeah, what Dreamrose said. The first season is a little kiddie, you know, they gotta like get into it and build up to the darker stuff. But it definitely builds up and there's stuff you would not expect. Um, yeah, so good. So good. I love that y'all all love the same things I do. I don't get to geek out with people who love the same things I do nearly often enough. So this is a total treat for me as well as for you. Um, I really wish I had like a paid Zoom account so I could do a Zoom thing so all of y'all could talk too. Um, yes, if you had kids, they'd 100% be watching it. Agreed. If I had kids, same. I keep telling my brother to show it to my niece and nephew, and I don't think he's done it yet, and I'm very upset with him. Not that upset, but still, they need to watch it. My niece is, oh my god, she's about to be 14 in a few months. I still cannot even grasp that. Like, every time it comes out of my mouth, my brain just goes, "Nope, not true." Like, shoves it away. It cannot comprehend her turning 14. So we're like, nope, that's not till next year. We're gonna put off that thought. And then my nephew turns 11, I guess, next month. Oh, and my other nephews are like 6 and 9. Oh my, so many great ages. I miss them so much. And this stupid year, I can't see any of them. It's driving me a little crazy. At least I'm doing like some video chats with some of them and texting the others. Trying to, yeah, we're trying to do the things so we can keep in touch with everybody. Are there any animes that I like? I like, oh no, what's the name of the movie? It's one of the, oh, now I'm gonna forget the name. The big name that did like a whole bunch of anime movies that are like the gold standard that everybody loves. Um, it's one of those, but it's not like one of the most well-known ones, I feel like. Oh my gosh, what's the name of it? That's gonna bug me. The lead is a female and it starts out she's like underground and there are these like creatures with big bubbles all over them. Is that ringing a bell to anybody? Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Oh gosh, what is the name of it? Um, a friend of mine, yeah, in the last year or two, got me into that. Yes, Miyazaki. It's one of the Miyazaki movies. I just can't think of the title. Um, uh, I no, that's not ringing a bell. Um, I don't think it was Ponyo. Um, trying to think what else I can remember. Oh, oh my god, it just came and went. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. There we go. Nausicaa. There we go. It just like flew past my brain and I was like trying to catch it before it ran away. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. Or Nausicaa of the Wind. Whatever. That one. I love that movie. Yeah. The other ones, not so much. And I haven't seen all of the Miyazaki movies, but I've seen several. I dated a guy back in the early 2000s who was into anime, and I watched a few of them with him, like Spirited Away, and I'm forgetting the name of one or two others. Which computer is making that noise? Is that you? You can go to sleep, computer. I don't need you anymore. Go to sleep. Good night, dear computer. But other than that, yeah, I never really got into anime. I don't know why. I've had a lot of people recommend different ones to me, and I just never. And I've given a few a shot. There was another movie that I did enjoy. I feel like it was newer, like in the last 5-ish years. I don't think it was a Miyazaki movie, or maybe it had to do with planes. I think there were people flying planes in it. Like, I'm trying to think what type of planes. Like the open top planes where it's like one or two people sitting in it with just wings on the side. I don't know if that's ringing any bells with anybody, but I remember enjoying it. I think me and my husband liked that, whatever it was. Maybe Porco Rosso. Yeah, I honestly don't remember the name. Porch Rosso. I'll look that up later and see if that's what it was. Oh, I love that you saw Nausicaa when it was re-released in theaters. I missed it by like a day. Like me and my husband went to the theater to see something else, and we saw a big display board or whatever that had a schedule for all the Miyazaki movies that they were going to be putting out, and it was like just the day before they had done Nausicaa, and I was like, no. Insert Darth Vader gif here. Like, I was so upset. Hopefully they'll bring those back at some other time. Everyone here think we should all just be children's authors. Yes, I think we should. What item in that room are you surprised little kids love the most? I honestly haven't had a lot of kids visit the museum. Mostly people, around my age. Wiz, can you just not for the moment? Who grew up with Rainbow Brite. Some of them did bring their kids with them, but the kids have like no idea what Rainbow Brite is, which is not a problem. They still enjoy the bright colors and just seeing toys everywhere. Oh, gotcha. But I'm trying to think of anything in particular that you're surprised they love. I can't think of anything. Yeah, one of my friend's little girls carried around Baby Brite for a while she was touring the museum. I have a little basket of, just extras that are not special in any way. Their hair is all messed up and their clothes are either missing or they're not in the best condition or whatever. So I let the kids hold on to something so they're not grabbing stuff off the shelves. But I can't think of anything in particular that any kid was like, whoa, that's so cool. But I will pay attention in the future if more people come and bring kids to see if there's anything they gravitate towards that I don't expect that they would. About every year, the Alamo will do a month or so of showing Studio Ghibli, right, movies, and try to see Nausicaa and Mononoke. Princess Mononoke, that's another one that I saw back in the early 2000s, yeah. It might have just been those two, that one and Spirited Away, and I was just like, "I don't get it." I'm sorry. But I love Nausicaa. Um, the voice of Starlight was in Pompoko. Really? Okay, now I'm gonna have to watch it again, clearly. One of your best friends lives in Apex? Well, okay, after coronavirus is gone, you need to come visit your friend and come see the museum because we would have some fun. Big time. Do I collect any other lines? Not anymore. I did collect the Masters of the Universe Classics figures for several years. I think those started in 2008. And it was like a subscription service where you would they didn't like charge you the entire amount at once, but you would basically it wasn't a contract, whatever. It was a subscription that they wouldn't really let you cancel unless there were like extreme circumstances. But you would get a figure, I think it was every month, and maybe like one extra. Oh, now I'm forgetting if it was actually every month or not. Whatever. Several figures over the year. And I collected those for the first, 8, 9, maybe first 3 years. I have a good many of those. Those are in our guest room, which is also the workout room, which is great because we have a stationary bike, and I have 3 shelves, like tall ones, set up in there that has everything that's not Rainbow Brite on it. So I've got Care Bears, He-Man, My Little Pony, Strawberry Shortcake, Gremlins, random other stuff that I love, and a lot of it is stuff I've had since I was a kid. Some little like Cabbage Patch Kid figurines, stuff like that. And actually, over on my personal YouTube, there's I can't remember if I ever did one with it completed. I think so. I did a few videos that showed off those shelves, and they may have changed a little bit since I did that, but probably not much, other than adding some more Dark Horse He-Man books because I have to buy all of the ones that they come out with. Like that fandom, oh my god. Y'all want to talk about hardcore fans? Like there are some hardcore He-Man fans. Like they've come out with a character guide for like every character ever mentioned in the series, whether that was in the cartoon, the mini comics, etc., etc. And like there have been He-Man reboots, so they talk about the other or not reboots, but sequels, whatever. Like the New Adventures of He-Man, the 2000X Mike Young Productions He-Man, talk about all of that. They have one about the toys. Is that one out yet? I can't remember if that one's out yet or if it's coming soon. One or the other that has like a picture of every single figure, like front, side, back, pictures of all the play sets. They've got the book about the comics, like the news strips, and maybe the mini comic. I can't remember what all's in it. They go like way into the weeds, but there's a lot of weeds to go into with He-Man when there were over 100 episodes of He-Man, and She-Ra had over 100 episodes as well. So they have a lot more material to work with than we do with Rainbow Brite. Yeah. But I think that was the last thing I collected that was not Rainbow Brite, was the He-Man. And eventually I just had to stop because I was running out of room. And they take up all of like one whole tall Billy bookcase, like full to the rim of those. Well, I take that back. One shelf has DVDs on it, but it's just the height of DVDs, DVD cases. So it's a small shelf at the top, where all my He-Man DVDs are. But oh no, and I have one shelf that's dedicated to some old vintage figures and the commemorative figures that are still in their package. So, okay, not the whole shelf, but most of it. Hey, darling. Most of that is the classics figures. I took them all out of the box. I didn't care. Like a lot of people kept them boxed or got 2 of each and unboxed one, and I was just like, I ain't got room. I'm not gonna put all this just in my garage or in my attic. I wanted to display them, so I took them out of the box and I just have them all posed on these little spice racks on that shelf. And several of them keep falling over. It's kind of annoying. They don't stay up as well as Rainbow Brite dolls. No, they don't. But it's also just because there's a lot of them, and if you like knock any one of them over, it's a domino effect. Disney did a big push with Ghibli movies too. Huh. Oh, did English dubbing. Interesting. Yes, absolutely, Dream Rose. You've got to come by. We're going to make this happen. Oh, yes. Hey, you're welcome to drag her and her kids along as well. That would be fantastic. Bye, Tristan. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was so good to see you. Or see your words. You know what I mean? And hang out with you. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I get that sometimes where people are like, wait, you're in Apex? I know somebody who lives there. I'm like, well, come on down once COVID is over. I hate. I thought it was GB Lee. I've heard it called Ghibli. I could be wrong. Studio Ghibli. Like Jubilee. Huh. Ghibli. What would it be then? Ghibli? Ghibli? Studio Ghibli? 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 That might be right. I have no idea. I think I get my pronunciation from a fan who is pretty into it. So I just trusted him, but he could also be wrong. I honestly have no idea. So Ghibli or Ghibli? Ghibli. I gotta practice saying it that way. Ghibli. Ghibli. Why is that hard to say? It's fun to say, but it's hard to say. Oh, okay. CJ, big fan of Godzilla. I never got into Godzilla for some reason, but also I don't think my parents ever watched it, so I just probably wasn't exposed to it when I was a kid. There's a documentary on the Nausicaa DVD. Oh. Well, there we go. Straight from the source. Thank you, Renee. Now I'm gonna tell my friend that he's been saying it wrong all these years. Ghibli. I gotta keep practicing that. Studio Ghibli. That sounds so much cuter, actually. Ghibli. And okay, I know this is not an anime, but it's styled to look like anime. I have become obsessed with Avatar: The Last Airbender, and I'm now on the last season of The Legend of Korra, and I am loving it. Oh my god, those shows are so good. They are so good. I started watching it because my nephew, who's about to turn 11, was getting into it because they put it on Netflix. Like I was 25 when that show came out. Like I wasn't watching new cartoons at that time. I was too busy adulting. Yeah, right. I was busy being a stupid 20-year-old. 20-something, I should say. 20-somethings don't always make the best decisions. I was one of them. And anyway, I wasn't watching cartoons back then for whatever reason, or at least not new ones, I should say. I was always watching the old ones. But it passed me by somehow. And now that it was all on Netflix, I was like, oh, I'll watch this so I can talk to my nephew about it. And me and Adam just got hooked. We were like, oh my gosh, this show is amazing. And then we went straight into Legend of Korra and we've just been binging it. So we'll probably finish it soon. I don't know how many episodes we have left, but Yeah, we're getting through it real fast because it's too good. Warriors of the Wind. I haven't heard of that one. Yes, Atma Avatar is so good. Need any Rainbow Brite fan art for your walls? John, I love Rainbow Brite fan art. I love collecting it, but I will be honest and say that a lot of it is not on the walls because I'm starting to like run out of wall space. Um, well, and plus a lot of it, okay, like this wall up here is slanted. It's like this is a finished attic that I'm in right here. And it's really hard to hang anything on a slanted wall unless it's like a poster you really don't care about and you just like tape it. But anything that would be Rainbow Brite, I would care more than that about. I wouldn't want to just tape it up there and then it gets ripped when you take it down. So that limits, because all of the like shorter wall space is taken up by shelves, as you can see. And then it's just slanted wall space up here. But then all down the stairwell, going down to the bottom part, I have a bunch of artwork hung up, like framed and hung on those walls. And there is still room like above. I'm not good. Ugh. I get really like what's the word? OCD a little bit about things being centered and being like perfectly spaced. And so I have like a line of things going down the stairs that are all like perfectly spaced from each other. And to add to it at this point, now I would have to go above those and start like stacking and doing things that I'm not used to doing. I'm much more used to just putting things in single line or like one thing here and the thing next to it a little bit further down. So I think I need some help hanging some more stuff because I do have a lot of Rainbow Brite artwork that I have put in portfolio books. Because I just didn't have the room to display it. But I do want to put more on my walls at some point. And I'm probably going to get my mother-in-law to help me. She's really good at organizing and seeing things differently than I do. So she would probably look at that wall of stuff I have framed and be like, oh yeah, we can put stuff here, 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 or here. And I'll just be like, here's the artwork, go. Just let her do it. She would probably have fun with that actually. So yeah, there's probably still more artwork that will be hung at some point. I really wish I had more wall space. I guess I could start hanging it in other places of the other parts of the house, but I did promise my husband when we bought this house that I would keep all of the Rainbow Brite in here. So I'm trying to stick to that. He honestly wouldn't care if I had some of it in the rest of the house, but I try to not just inundate the entire house with Rainbow Brite. A War of the Wind is Nausicaa. Okay, got you. I got you, Renee. The edited Americanized version they tried to do with Nausicaa was a big release. Huh. Interesting. Oh, you say it was not good. John says, I made a t-shirt of Rainbow Brite smoking a joint with strawberry shortcake while sitting on top of a mushroom. Nothing against you and your artwork and your choice of subject matter. That's not legal in my state, so I probably would not feel comfortable hanging that on a wall. But I'm not judging. I'm really not. I think that's an amazing idea. I want to see this. If you can like send me a link to your artwork, I would love to see that. Oh, I'd wear it around the house. That could be a wear around the house Rainbow Brite shirt. My husband might not like it, but he would get over it. That's hilarious. Yeah, I live in the Southeast, and as you can imagine, that getting legalized here is probably still a long time coming. Like, I'm glad to see that more states are legalizing it. I think more should. But I live in the Bible Belt, so we're gonna be the last to get a lot of that stuff. You're very sweet for offering, John. I still want to see your artwork at least. So at least send me a link to a picture so I can just see your art. I love fan artists and all the creativity that y'all have put into making Rainbow Bright characters and other characters just have other adventures, like outside of the cartoon, outside of the movie, outside of the comics and everything else. Like, fan art tells a story too, or it can. Or it can be like the spark of an idea that you can run with and just make up ideas in your head, make up stories in your head. So, and they're just fun to look at. Like, I am not an artist as far as drawing and writing. Well, writing, I'm a decent writer. But no, like I mean like drawing, painting, that type of visual art. Like, no, I was not gifted in that area, sadly. I also never really tried to develop that. So maybe if I had taken more art classes, I could have been okay, but it was never anything that came naturally to me at all. So I decided long ago that was not my strong point, and I was gonna let other people do that. Ow. So I stick with the music, and websites. That's kind of my creative outlet, is websites and the stuff I post on social media and doing these videos for y'all. Like, that's how I get out my creativity. And yes, this is the most affectionate cat in the world. You're the best, Wisp. You're the best. Even when you're being a pain, you're still the best. Oh, she's giving me ear kisses. Yes, everybody loves you. Yeah, I'm not, and it's not like I won't watch movies or shows that have gore in them. Like, I watched Game of Thrones. Like, it doesn't bother me. I just don't seek it out. And more, what I was saying with the He-Man thing was, I associate He-Man with the cartoon that I grew up with, which was so non-violent and non-gory that when you take a character that I see as non-violent and non-gory and you put a bunch of gore in it, that's when I don't like it. But if it's characters I haven't known before, brand new characters to me, like Game of Thrones was, I'll watch stuff that has gore in it. I don't care. Like, I cross-stitched a design that somebody else made of Rainbow Brite and Strawberry Shortcake doing like Mortal Kombat battle, and Rainbow Brite has like knocked off Strawberry Shortcake's head and there's like blood flying. It's ridiculous, but I mean, it's pixel art, so it's not very graphic. It's just a few X's of red, but it's funny. Do I like the Care Bears? Oh yes, I love the Care Bears. I haven't watched the Care Bears in a really long time. I used to love some of the old movies, and some of the music, like the Carol-Lot song. Oh my gosh, I love the Carol-Lot song. And I do still have some of my old Care Bears from when I was a kid. I hung on to those. So they are down in the guest room, so I get to stare at them while I'm cycling on exercise days. Rainbow Brite fan comic. That would be awesome. Do it. I am all for the creativity that the fans put into Rainbow Brite. Like, that's all we have right now. Like, when Hallmark isn't giving us anything, when no other companies other than Truffle Shuffle and Halloween costumes are giving us anything, when we're not getting any new stories from anyone, then that's when the fans take over. Like, that's our time to shine. So if you've got an idea and the talent and the time, like, run with it, do it. There's so many people who would love to see it. Is Is it just me or is the Rainbow Bright theme song off key? I agree with you, Lillian. You know, that's funny. Nobody has ever brought that up to me before, but I absolutely agree with you. I have thought that for years, and I'm just like, maybe something went wrong with the tape and it like warped a little with I don't know. But it's totally off key a little bit. Just a little. Just but I hear it. I hear it. I see you. I feel you. I'm so glad I'm not the only one who thinks that. And Atma's agreeing. Okay, good. Are there any Marvel comics or characters you like? I like the movies. I love the Marvel movies. Oh gosh. But see, sometimes I forget who's Marvel and who's not. Um, but like all the Avengers movies, like love all of those characters. Especially like Captain Marvel. Oh my god. Especially when she was like messing with her suit and she made it go like neon rainbow colors. It was straight up like early 90s. It was hilarious. I was like, "No, keep it on that one. That looks amazing." I know it was for comedic effect, but I dug it. But yeah, I loved her. Especially because we need more strong female characters. There's a whole lot of dudes in Marvel and not enough strong females. So I was just like, yes, please. But I loved Black Panther. I loved trying to think. Like I liked the Thor movies. I'm trying to remember which one. There were because there were multiples and they all run together in my head. Like I love Loki. He's hilarious. I like him more than I like Thor. um so yeah, I guess I do like a lot of the Thor movies. And I've always kind of had a thing for Thor, based on okay, I used to love the Incredible Hulk, that live action TV show back in the early '80s, or late '70s even, I forget when it started, but I remember watching it as a very small child, and, like, I remember my mom was okay, she would be, like, ironing or sewing or doing something in the living room in front of the TV. This was my brother and was probably at school, and my dad was at work, so it was just me and mom at home, and she would put up this, like, barrier in front of me, and I'd be, like, behind a chair, like, a lounge chair or behind the c not the couch, behind, like, a lounge chair coloring or drawing or something, because she thought it would be too violent for me. She thought I would be scared of the Hulk, but I wasn't scared of him because I knew he was a good guy, and so I liked watching it, so she would always catch me, like, peeking around the side of the barrier and watching it. So there was, a made-for-TV movie, um, I think they made 3 of them, I wanna say, of that from that TV series, and one of them had Thor as a character, and Eric Allen Kramer played Thor, and his depiction of Thor is my Thor. You know, will always be, because that's what I saw Thor of as a kid, or as a kid, and that's always been my Thor. Um, for y'all who have seen Robin Hood Men in Tights, he was Little John, or John Little, whatever, the big guy with the blondish hair, whatever. He's been in other stuff too. He was in a show. I know he was a main person in a sitcom or yeah, but I didn't watch it, so I don't remember what the name of it was. But anyway, yeah, Thor, Loki. Who am I forgetting? Like Doctor Strange, like I love Benedict Cumberbatch, but I don't know. I wasn't huge under in the Doctor Strange movies. Like I liked him helping out in the Avenger movie, like the last one, I guess. Well, when all of them came together and helped out, like that was like mind blowing. Um, and yeah, the new Spider-Man, I like him. Um, I know. And then over on, although I don't know what side it's on. What is? Deadpool. What is he on? Is he Marvel or DC or is he something else? So I love Deadpool. He's hilarious. Me and Adam went to the theaters when he did the what was it called? Like Once Upon a Deadpool, where he did it like Princess Bride style. Like he literally had Fred Savage like duct taped to the bed and had a set up just like the Princess Bride bedroom of Fred Savage and like told him the story of the movie and then you got to watch the movie. That was stinking hilarious. Deadpool is Marvel, okay. But yet not yet part of the MCU. Doggone it, they need to get on that. And yes, Robin Hood Men in Tights is great. And like, okay, so what about the X-Men? I love the X-Men movies. Is that Marvel? What is that? Who owns that? I need more of that. Whoops. Hold on, Wisp. I need that hand. Care Bears was the whoa! I'm trying to read a thing. Care Bears was the first of my 80s obsessions I got back into in the 90s when finding other folks still enjoy the show and franchise. Awesome. Okay, so Atma, so Care Bears was to you as Rainbow Bright and He-Man was to me. Yes, Fred Savage duct taped to the bed version was hilarious. If I could put Brite against a villain from another franchise, who would I choose? Oh. Oh my gosh. See, this is gonna sound silly. I want to put her against Batman. I know Batman's a good guy, but he's so dark and depressing. And at least in the latest iterations, like I used to love Batman, like the Michael Keaton Batman, and even like Val Kilmer Batman. I liked those early Batman movies. But the newer ones, no, I don't like the super dark, brooding, angsty. Mm. And now they're putting the Twilight guy in there. Like, what? Just ugh. Anyway, that's another tangent. So yeah, I guess I prefer Marvel to DC. And like the Superman movies, not I love the old ones, like the Chris Reeves. They're Christopher Reeves. Those are some of my favorite movies. Love those. But again, the new ones, they just don't really do it for me. And like way too much collateral damage. Oh my goodness. Can you save people without tearing up an entire city? Please and thank you. So I kind of want to put Rainbow Bright with Batman and see if she can cheer him up. Like just like have her stay with him in his mansion for a week and see if she can get him to like just get out of his head and brighten up Gotham City because it's depressing. Who lives there? Who wants to live there? It's always dark and depressing. It's full of crazy people and bad guys. Like I don't know why anyone would want to stay there. Like one villain would be enough for me to be like, okay, I'm moving, bye. But apparently these people just don't get the hint. Wisp, don't use your claws, please. Thank you. But I can't think of an actual villain. Because most of the villains are like really bad, nasty people. I don't know. Give me some suggestions. Who would you put her against? X-Men is Marvel too, so should be in the MCU in a few years. Awesome. That is good news. X-Men Deadpool rights were owned by Fox, and once Disney bought Fox, that's going to open the door to let them into it. Okay, I get it. Excellent. Maybe Murky and Lurky hide in Gotham and spread their smoke. I think I just figured out my fan comic. That's perfect. That is perfect. So maybe Rainbow Bright and Batman could work together against Murky. But you know some other crazy would come up at the same time as Murky and Lurky. And Murky and Lurky would be like, oh yeah, boss, we'll help you. And that guy's agenda would be, like, super dark and evil. Like, I don't know. Who am I thinking of? Like, the Scarecrow or ugh, there's some crazy people in the Batman universe. Some crazy villains. Well, the Joker's, ugh, e enough, but I think the Scarecrow always scared me worse than the Joker did. Um, and the Riddler, yeah, he was bad, but he was also just goofy. I mean, they got Jim Carrey to play him. I mean, come on, who doesn't love Jim Carrey? Um, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I think Murky and Lurky and Gotham spreading their smoke would be a fantastic fan comic. Um, and now that we are coming up on 4 hours, I should probably go. It's actually dinner time, for me and hubby, and he hasn't I don't think he's messaged me yet. I don't think I've seen anything pop up because he knows I'm doing my thing, but I know he's probably starving by now, and I'm getting a little peckish myself. Um, real quick, so, CJ says someone recently, a few years ago, did professional Rainbow Bright art as X-Men characters. Yes, I know that guy. Ray R oh gosh, I'm gonna say his last name wrong. Ray Ar Arzino? 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 Arzino, I think. I think that's how you say it. Rage Gear Studios. If you have not seen the Rainbow Bright X-Men crossovers, look up Rage Gear Studios. I actually met Ray at a convention when he was working on his very first Solar, he calls them Solar Kids, like with an X, Solar Kids. Like he had a bunch of like 80s inspired fan art, like crossovers and so forth. That he was doing, and I was just flipping through his books like in awe of like all the 80s awesomeness. And I just innocently asked, "Have you ever thought about doing Rainbow Bright crossover with anything?" And he's like, "Do you mean like this?" And literally underneath the things I had been flipping through was a sketch that he was inking of Scarlet, oh, what did her name end up being? Scarlet something, not O'Hara, Scarlet O'Hex, I think. But yeah, and I freaked out on him. Like I squeezed so hard. It's a wonder he didn't think I was a crazy person. Um, yes, Rogi Dement, all of those. They are amazing. And Ray and his partner, they do great artwork. Um, but yeah, I collected every single one, every single piece of his Solar Kids. I am a proud owner of all of those. They're so good. Oh, Scarlet Witch, maybe that's the one I'm thinking of. It was one that had like something on her head, I feel like a headpiece of some sort. Ah, I'm losing my mind. But whatever. It was great. And it was just a sketch. Oh, based on Scarlet Witch. I see. I see. Gotcha. Yeah. So it wasn't colored at all. It was just the line art. But yeah, that was the first one I saw, and I lost it because it looked so much like Rainbow Bright. Like as y'all who have seen him know, he just does an amazing job of capturing the essence of drawing Rainbow Bright characters and just adding different things to them to mash them up with X-Men. Um, so yeah, huge fan of those. Huge fan of those. And he has taught me so much about X-Men that I never knew, never thought I would want to know, but he would like text me like images he was working on. He's like, "Oh, this is based on this character who does this and this does this." And I'm just like, "Whoa." And I just learned something new. I probably have forgotten 90% of it, but maybe some of it stuck. Um yes, the Stormy mix. So good. So good. But you are welcome for the story. Yeah. And I ran into Ray again when I went to New York City. This was a few years back. He and if any of y'all knew Patrick, oh my gosh, why am I blanking on last names? It'll come to me. He's on Facebook. If y'all are on Facebook at all in the Rainbow Bright, there's several Rainbow Bright groups. I don't run any of them. Like I have my page. That's it. I don't have time to run other groups other than my Patreon one. Um, but Patrick Ireland, that's it. He's been a big Rainbow Bright fan for a long time, and he lives in New York City as well. That's where Ray lives also. So I was in New York City to do something else, and meet up with some Harry Potter friends and see Cursed Child, which is a horrible play and I hate it. But anyway, I am a big Harry Potter fan, so I felt like I had to see it, and it was there to celebrate my friend's 30th birthday, etc. But when I first got into town, I had that first night just to myself. So Ray and Patrick met up with me at a restaurant, and we sat and talked for hours. It was amazing. It was so much fun. So those are good people, real good people. And and yeah, oh yeah, I was wearing because Ray made some of his Solar Kids into t-shirt designs. So I was wearing my Dazzle Bright, which is the Rainbow Bright mixed with Dazzler, I think is the character's name. I was wearing my mashup shirt with her on it, and I think he was wearing one too, or it was a different character though. I forget. I can't remember what he was wearing now. That's terrible. But we have pictures. Yeah, I got pictures together of me wearing the shirt that he designed. Um, so yeah, that was super fun. So, ow, sorry, pulling my hair. Yeah, but I really should go. I'm sorry, y'all. I literally would just stay up and talk to y'all all night if I could. Um, but I really should go eat and spend some time with my husband today because I haven't. I was like, I have to be prepared for my thing that I'm doing. And then YouTube was being crazy on me. It was one of those things, and this happens all the freaking time because he is a techno wizard. I was trying for like 5 minutes to get the thing working. I finally call him from up here. I'm like, honey, come help. It's not working. And he walks into the room, refreshes the page, and then it works right. I was just like, curse you, bury the platypus. No, I do love Phineas and Ferb too. Anyway, yeah. So thanks to my husband for bringing his magic into the room and getting this working. Because I was freaking out. I was like, why isn't it working? It literally was not giving me the option to go live now. Like it kept wanting me to schedule it, but then it wouldn't even let me do that. It was bonkers. So finally he was just like, do a control F5 on that. And then it worked. So anyway, I will tell him that you said thanks. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, thank you. Expel the degenerate males. I love you too. And CJ, you have a great night too. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me. Honor and peace to you and everyone else out there. And Renee, thank you so much for hopping on and hanging out with us too. So missed actually having you like on screen with me for this, but we're gonna have to just bring back Brightcast and do some more stuff like this with the two of us once you get back home and settled and all of that. But yeah, oh, you're welcome, Emma. Andrew Rose, thank you. Oh, y'all are so sweet. I'm looking forward to meeting you when we're all vaccinated too. 100%. That's like big on my list. I'm super happy or super excited for when I can start doing museum tours again and meeting some more fans here and at other conventions. And we need to make a bigger effort to meet up at these different conventions. And some of them are just too big. Like you probably will never see me at San Diego Comic-Con again. I did it once. That was enough. And that was back in like 2005 before it went insane. New York Comic-Con, probably not. That's just so going to Manhattan once was probably enough, you know, unless there's another Broadway show that comes. If they make a Rainbow Brite Broadway show, I will go back. But not much will get me back on Manhattan. That was just too many people. It was just stressful. I don't like big cities. I'm a country girl. Um, Tech support. What are you talking about? Yes, smaller cons are really good too. Yeah. Um, okay, cool. Yeah. On this video, like, because y'all will still be able to comment on this after the stream is ended. Let me know what cons are in y'all's areas, and or maybe we can like, I don't know if Google Maps still allows this. They used to have a feature where you could like people could put themselves on a particular map and then you could see like where most people were and find like a central point that was centralized to everyone, so not everybody's having to travel a long way. I don't know. We'll figure it out because I definitely want to meet y'all in person, all of you. That would be just amazing. And I know David signed off a while back, but I have been to the UK before and I do plan to go back at some point. So hopefully I'll get to meet him the next time I'm over there. Um, and I've been to Germany as well, Vincent, even though you're already gone to bed as well. So hopefully the next time I'm over that way, we can meet up too. So I love to meet up with all my color kids. I love all of you so much. Um Oh gosh, Atlanta Dragon Con is huge now though. I'm scared of it. Okay, I did go to it. Oh gosh, what year was that? Me and Renee, we were both there in I don't, do you remember what year that was, Renee? Like 2015, 16, maybe? Maybe she'll remember. Um, we're about to wind down, Tristan. I'm saying goodbye. His phone died, but he has his laptop now. Um, you're in Chattanooga right now. Oh my goodness. You're all over the place. um, yeah. But yeah, we did go to Dragon Con several years ago and it was great. I don't think I could ever convince my husband to go again because he gets a bit claustrophobic when there's that many people packed together. I was okay generally, but it was a lot of people and a lot of walking and getting stuck in hallways when it rained. Whatever, it was still fun. Although I've heard it's, like, impossible to get a hotel room anywhere near the conventions anymore, so I might have to, like, stay somewhere else and take the train in, which not a big deal. I've taken trains before. So, yeah, that's a possibility. I might come back to Dragon Con one day, and we have local friends here that go every year, so maybe I can hitch a ride or something. Um, but yes, hopefully we can all meet each other in person someday, and I will continue doing my videos till the end of time because I love them so much. Even like if I get to a point where I literally don't have any more space and I can't collect anything new, I'll just start pulling out old stuff that I had long before I started doing review videos and merch hauls and just show off that stuff to you because you've seen it briefly during the museum tour videos, but I haven't like pulled out old pieces and really talked at length on a lot of those. So oh, it was 2014 that we went to Dragon Con. Dang, that was a long time ago. But that was a lot of fun. I was Baby Bright, and Renee was Rainbow Bright, and for like 5 minutes, I got my husband to dress up as oh my gosh, the dark guy. What's his name? The from beginning of Rainbow Land. I just want to call him Darkness, and that's not right. That's from Legend. The the hooded figure that captures Baby Bright. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Shadow King. Thank you. King of Shadows. All of that. Antisocial Renee. Yes, he was being a bit antisocial. But he put on the hood, the whole cloak for like 5 minutes so we could take a few pictures of Renee with her rainbow wand around me or around him, sorry, like defeating him so that me, baby Brite, could be well and become the sphere of light and make things bright again. So that was really fun. And I would love to do something like that again. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up now, and I will see you guys again soon. I actually had some stuff I think come in the mail recently that I got off of eBay. So I'll probably be doing another merch haul before you know it. And even if I come on to talk about X-Men or whatever, there's one in X-Men called the Shadow King. That's hilarious. Yeah. And again, y'all can always go to my personal YouTube if you're bored and watch me play some ukulele and just ramble because y'all know me. I can't stop talking once I start, and that applies to my ukulele videos too. But yes, take pictures and submit to Guinness. Girl, do you know how big of a job that would be? They want a picture of every single item. And then I would have to get a lawyer to come over and verify every single item. And they make it so hard. Guinness, like if you can run fast, all you gotta do is run fast and they time you. But if you after a collection, they're like, jump through these 2,000 hoops and spend the next year of your life for this one little honor. And I'm like, I don't know if I care that much. Like, I think it's pretty well known that this is the biggest Rainbow Brite collection, so I don't need Guinness's validation. Sorry, I'm just rambling now. Okay. It's been a blast. I love you all so much. Thanks for all of you who watched this live. Thanks for all of you who watched this after the fact. If you made it this far and you didn't watch it at the time, wow. Please feel free to comment below. I know I'm way behind on comments on several of my videos, and I'm super sorry about that. I will try to get back to responding to, like, posting them and responding to them very soon. But again, love you. See you soon. Yes, love to all. Have a great night. Hearts to everyone. And you know what I gotta say, but first I have to put my mouse over the end the stream button so that I'm not sitting here awkwardly after I do it. Okay, here we go. Have a rainbow day. Bye, y'all.